Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. Look, we're happy you're spending some time with us. It's Chip and Zay in the morning. This is just temporary because I am in Florida for the SEC meetings, and there's a bunch of stuff on the agenda this afternoon when we would normally be going from 2 to 4. So Bucky and BK have been kind enough to let us invade their space here in the morning on a Wednesday. Zay Collier, Zay the right call Collier, the greatest ref in the history of Central Texas.
Let them know, man. Let the morning folks know.
That's right. I said it.
That's what I'm talking
Zay
about.
the right call Collier. Y'all want to know where the right call comes from? It comes from him being the greatest basketball ref in the history of Central Texas. Zay, or should I say the right call? How you doing?
I'm good, man. Nice being up early this morning. Not a coffee drinker, but it feels appropriate. You know what I'm saying? It's just, it takes me back. It takes me back to the old days, man. Something nostalgic about getting up in the morning, talking sports. And even though I haven't been doing it for a while, just getting up, it was that old feeling of, oh yeah, this ain't too bad. Not as bad as I thought it was going to be yesterday. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
Feels good to be here. How you doing, man? How's Florida? How's the beach?
You know, the first couple days of SEC meetings are a beat down because there's so much. You feel like you're running from one thing to the next. You know, yesterday they had 10 coaches lined up, and it was, Kalen DeBoer, and then, Steve Sarkisian, Kirby Smart, Clark Lee, blah, 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 on and on, Sean Miller. And you're just kind of running from one thing to the next. You're trying to post it. I posted a lot over at horns247.com, and we'll get into that. We'll get into some of Steve Sarkisian's comments about his own team and Sean Miller's. I want to get your thoughts on Sean Miller's thoughts on how his team is coming together. We know he's got some returning players from Texas: Kendall Weaver, Jordan Pope, Tremont Mark, Nick Cody. Then he's brought in some transfers, a couple of his own from Xavier: Dalen Swain, Lacina Traore. You like to say Traore. You like to make him into an Italian. I mean, he is an African brother.
Which is what we needed.
That's what you've been calling for.
About time. Love you, RT. I hope RT's on the beach somewhere, Turks and Caicos, spending all that buyout money, just blowing it. You know what I'm saying? I love my man, Rodney Terry. He meant well. We know he meant well. We know what he brought to the University of Texas. I know it was tough. I know some of y'all like to clown my guy RT, talking about he looks like Gus from Breaking Bad and stuff. Y'all were hard on my man RT. Now that he is gone and enjoying the fruits of his labor, I can get on him a little bit. RT never went to Africa. That's a problem. That's a problem. You got to go to Africa, man. Ain't nothing wrong with it. There's brothers over there just walking around that are 6'9", barefoot, basically naked, with a spear in their hand that could jump and touch the top of the backboard. You need them brothers. Sean Miller's been here for 2 months, and he already got one. Now, I get it. He came from Xavier, so he already knew it. But Sean Miller already knew, I got to go to Africa. These brothers are everywhere. Let me bring one in, see what he could do, change his life. And he's done that. You know, I appreciate that. Same with Mathis. Go to Europe. Nothing but talent in Europe. That's all they do. They ain't going to school like us. What up, CB512 with the Zaymon Green shout out. But yeah, Sean Miller, man, he's done a decent job since he's been here, and that's why I'm very excited about the 2026 basketball season.
They want you to break out the neck pillow.
The neck pillow was for specific reasons, man. Like, I do miss it at times, but back in the day when I had to be in that production room, all those screens, they were up top. You know what I'm saying? So boy did a lot of looking up, a lot of moving around. So the neck pillow was a need. Now I'm in the comfort of my own home. I'm already comfortable. I'm about as comfortable as it's gonna get here. So don't need the neck pillow anymore. It was a good run. It was kind of like Nelly when he was rocking the Band-Aid. You know what I'm saying? Nelly can't rock the Band-Aid no more. That's just, but it's a part of his career. Everybody remembers the Band-Aid, just like a lot of people remember the neck pillow for your boy. It was a good time, though. Neck pillow will always be with me,
Now, where's Champ?
Champ's sleeping with my wife still.
Okay.
Yeah, he was wondering what the hell's going on. He looked at me like, fam, what are you doing up?
What are you doing up?
what the hell are you doing up right now? This ain't you. But nah, he's chilling. He's good.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so we're throwing people off a little bit, but that's good. It's good. We're yes, we are upside down. We're upside down today. That's all right.
Yeah.
So I've commonly referred to myself as the radio slut of Austin. I did morning shows with Sean Adams, Chad Hastings, Aaron Hogan, and Mike Harge. So, it's been nice to be able to sleep in for a few years. But hey, we're ready. We're ready today. We're ready today to bring it. Guess what, kids? Guess what? Oh, yeah, we'll be getting into this Athlon magazine.
Who's on the cover? Who is that?
That's Jeremiah Love, the running back for Notre Dame, and Jeremiah Smith.
Nah, nobody care about that. I'm going to lower that a little bit. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Arch Madness, baby.
Just crazy.
Madness. Manning Mania.
I mean,
sweeps college football.
How can you not put him on the cover? I mean, dude hasn't played one full season.
You know what? Everybody looks at Arch Manning and they see Super Bowls. They see the greatest accomplishments in football, all packaged up in this guy. They see greatness. You know why? Because his grandfather was the number 2 overall pick in the 1971 draft, and his 2 uncles, Peyton and Eli, were each the number 1 selection in the NFL draft. And Arch has said, yeah, I'm going to follow in their footsteps. And here we go. Those footsteps start August 30th, God willing, and the creek don't rise. Arch Manning will be walking out of the snake pit in Columbus, Ohio, with all the heathens in that stadium. And he's going to slap them around like a tennis ball.
I know we always go through this, but one of these days, you're going to have to appreciate the fine folks of Ohio.
They got their national championship. Good for them. They're insufferable. And you know what? If their coach started 0-3, they'd want him fired. They'd want him fired. Less than 6 months after he won that, or maybe 9 months, less than a year after he won them a national championship. Ryan Day. Ryan Day, who said we were almost at a point where if we didn't win the national championship, it was going to be seen as a total failure, and people would look at the season as a total failure. He said they didn't even enjoy winning it. They were relieved. That's because of those fans. It's because of those hooligans dressed up as hairless nuts. You know what a Buckeye is? It's a hairless nut. And it's a poisonous nut.
Oh, you can't eat it?
Themselves after a nut. Huh?
You'd be surprised.
Now, there's a chocolate peanut butter dessert called a Buckeye. It's like a little chocolate ball with a little peanut butter inside of it.
Like a bootleg Reese's?
Yeah. But who names themselves after a dessert or a poisonous nut? That's all you need to know about Ohio State. Those people are nuts, and not in a good way. Raise your hand if you were in Columbus in 2005.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, Zay's going to say, oh, people can change. No.
They get
No. Who was in the Cotton Bowl last year for those insufferable Buckeyes? Come on.
They're probably
Texas owes the college football world a favor by slapping those Buckeyes around.
Were there many Buckeyes there last year at Jerry World at the Cotton Bowl? Because you remember the weather wasn't the best. Like, how was it? Like, I forget. Was it popping with Buckeyes fans?
Yeah, it was
like, how'd they try? It was still popping?
Popping. Remember when we went to Texas Live? There were all those Buckeye fans there.
No, I appreciate Ohio State fans. You be just crashing out on them all the time. I get it.
All the time.
Being a fellow.
I'm being Zay when it comes to the Buckeyes. I'm being messy. I'm stirring the pot. I'm stirring it with my big spoon.
They're good people, man.
What?
They're good people. What can I say? They love their Buckeyes. I appreciate that. As a Texas fan, it's relatable. You know what I'm saying? I know there's some Texas fans out there where people say, we're the worst. I get it. You find that for every fan base. Some guys that are just off their rocker. Come on, Patrick. You got to have a heart here, bro. There's some good people that rock that Ohio State red. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? But
Scarlet, they call it. Scarlet and gray. Woody Hayes punching people, punching players, punching them in the throat.
Coaching.
Punched a Clemson dude in the throat. He also, it was 1969, came out of the tunnel at Michigan Stadium and tore down their banner.
That's what I'm talking about.
All their players. And Michigan, after that, never raised that banner until the other team was out of the tunnel.
No,
and you know the banner I'm talking about, where the players all come out.
They touch it.
Yeah, the M Club supports you banner. They run out, touch it, running across the field. Only Woody Hayes, who was half demented, would allow his players to run out there and rip down that banner. But you like that. You like that.
I love that stuff. That's how you set the tone.
That's the rivalry.
That's the rivalry. We hate you guys. So any way to get my men fired up, foaming at the mouth, ready to take someone's head off, I'm going to do that. That's coaching. You got to motivate your guys, even if it is a little unnecessary. I can respect that. You know what I'm saying? If Oklahoma was doing something crazy like that before Red River and Steve Sarkisian wanted to pull something down to get his dudes fired up, I'm sure every Texas fan would be about that too. Oklahoma fans would hate it, despise Sark, probably call him every name in the book. But if it gives your team that extra edge to go out there and perform in one of the biggest games of the year, that means a lot to that fan base. I'm all about it. Do what you have to do as a coach. That's coaching.
Okay, now listen to me. If you were up there in Columbus and you had people, listen to Patrick. Patrick was there. There were so many of them, I almost got in a fight with one who sat right in front of me. Patrick said, my wife, first time ever seeing their fan base, and she was like, wow, they are the worst fans I've been around, worse than Aggie and Blow U. Now, Steven says, my old accountant is a Buckeye. She was great, and she even said OSU fans are crazy. We went in 2005 together, and I ain't ever going back to that place.
Damn.
Crazy is an understatement. Remember, they had to write a letter. Their president wrote a letter. Basically, I mean, both presidents wrote letters before the 2006 game in Austin saying, hey, let's all respect each other. Because Ohio State fans were such mouth breathers toward Texas in Columbus. So I'm just saying, take it from me. I got experience. I got a lifetime of experience with these crazies.
Yeah, what homeboy say to you? He say, hey, you from Texas? You were wearing your classic all black too.
Yeah. I'm getting out of my car. I'm just getting out of my car. Like I've just opened the door. I'm stepping out of my car. And this a-hole is like, hey, you from Texas? And I was like, yep. He's like, oh, we're going to beat your ass. We're going to make you suffer. Hey, wish you never were born. I was like, you know what? Window liquor. I'm from Michigan. And then his head exploded.
That helped.
Then his head exploded. And I was like, have a nice day. And I walked off. It was crazy. Yeah, Jersey, Derek's got it right. Jersey and jorts everywhere up there. Douches, he says. But anyway, I'll be happy to report back. You're not going up there, are you?
I don't know. Maybe my sister-in-law, they're moving to Cincinnati. So we got to go visit them. They're moving this summer. That's not that far of a drive, I think, Cincinnati to Columbus. So
okay,
we might have some working there.
Okay.
Stay tuned for that.
Okay. Wow. Look at that. Steven. I swear if it wasn't for his accountant, who was an Ohio State alum in her group, I'm not sure I get out of the stadium.
Damn, Steven.
It was rough. It was rough. It was like Gilligan's Island, but worse. Like a 3-hour tour that ended up in a shipwreck. It was the football version of Gilligan's Island.
When I used to train high school kids basketball, one of the parents were former Buckeyes. And they were sweet people. Very nice to me, very thankful and appreciative of
what until you start talking about their Buckeyes.
Yeah, but then they would talk about, you could tell they were passionate, and maybe on game day that just flip switches a little bit, but very sweet people. They went to Ohio State when Chris Carter was there, former Minnesota Viking, Hall of Fame wide receiver.
All he did was catch touchdowns.
They said that fool was an ass. They said that fool walked around Columbus like his ish didn't stink, disrespected everybody, could care less. He had some stories that I don't think I could even tell on here, Texas Sports Unfiltered, Chris Carter just wilding out, which I was shocked. Then you go back and you look at Chris Carter's history, and that dude was low key. I think he had a drug or alcohol problem, before he went to Minnesota, because I think he played for the Eagles a little bit. During his time with the Eagles, he wasn't walking that straight line. Chris Carter was still wilding out like he did in Columbus. And then once he went to Minnesota, got his act together, now he's a Hall of Famer.
He's the one who said you got to have a fall guy. If you're a big star and you get into trouble, you got to have a guy you can blame it all on. Remember?
I do not remember him saying.
Google Chris Carter and got to have a fall guy.
I mean, whether that's true. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it is probably true, but
I wish Vince Young had a freaking fall guy.
For what?
What do you mean for what? You know what happened in his career? What do you mean? Somebody that
fall guy.
Hey, yo, Vince, maybe we shouldn't go to the Cheesecake Factory today. Maybe we're good on Cheesecake Factory, bro. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we don't gotta go to the club today. You know
Everybody say hi to the lovely L Bell. That's all right. What? This is how I do. But get all your stuff. Everyone wants to see you anyway. Say hi.
Hey.
Got to make her the lovely L Bell. Got to make her breakfast.
Hey.
You know, everybody's got to get their sustenance in the morning. Get ready for another big day on the beach here at Destin. Where if you walk around on the beach, it's like walking in sugar. The sand is so soft. It's in the white sand. When the sun hits the water, makes it all aquamarine, like dolphins, teal. Water is beautiful. But hey.
You see any like coaches tanning or anything? Like you walk down there and you see Lane Kiffin.
Oh, yeah, Lane Kiffin's tan.
Yeah.
The funniest moment yesterday after I got off the air with you was Chris Beard and Lane Kiffin like literally bumping into each other, coming out of different hallways. And then, you know, Lane Kiffin's in flip-flops, which is nice. Chris Del Conte always wears like beach shirts, shorts, and flip-flops to every meeting. You got some people who are dressed up, you know, not dressed up like in a suit, but, you know, polo, golf shirt, khakis, whatever. Del Conte, always fashionably in a beach shirt, like a Tommy Bahama type shirt, untucked, with like Madras shorts, flip-flops. Del Conte's got his own style. You know, Del Conte owns a clothing store. He's like a part owner of a clothing store, like a high-end store for men in Fort Worth.
Huh.
Like he's about that fashion. He wears for the most part, when he's at work, he always wears a coat and tie. And he said his dad taught him, you got to dress for success. You got to dress for success. It's kind of like prime time, Dion, look good, feel good, play good, pay good. You got to dress for success. Now, you and I, we dress for the radio.
Yeah.
But Del Conte, he dresses like a dude who's getting some stuff done. I used to wear a coat, not a coat and tie. I used to wear a tie every day to work. Like when I first started with the Associated Press, I wore a tie every day to work.
Look at you.
I had a good collection of ties. I can't tell you the last time. I can tell actually it was a year ago at my cousin's wedding. That's the last time I wore a tie. But I wore a tie every day. So I was the West Texas correspondent out in Lubbock. I was 21. It was my first big job. And I had a little office, little cubby hole in the newsroom of the Lubbock Avalanche Journal, right off the sports department. So I would go in every day, I'm in the newsroom, my tie on. And those people in West Texas are like, the hell's wrong with you? Like,
they could smell that SMU from a mile away.
oh yeah. They're like, we're out here in the plains. We don't need to be wearing no tie. But I kept wearing it. And then when I moved to Austin is when I kind of started to relax a little bit, Although when I covered the legislature, you had to have a coat and tie to go into the chambers when they're in session. So I was like, okay.
Is that when you were covering Oprah?
Yeah, when I was out in Lubbock, yeah. I covered the Oprah Winfrey trial in Amarillo in 1992 when the Texas cattlemen sued her for doing a mad cow disease episode. The cattlemen said that it affected their beef prices, damaged them for millions of dollars. So they sued Oprah, and there was a judge in Texas that was like, yeah, this is a legitimate case. It needs to be heard, instead of dismissing it. So craziest thing. Oprah's out there. I mean, I'm sitting in the waiting room to go into the courtroom, talking to Maya Angelou, who was there for Oprah. I mean, the woman who wrote, When a Caged Bird Sings, and one of the great laureates of our time. And Oprah took the stand, and it's this jury of 12 West Texans. They go through dust storms and bad agriculture years. They're tough, and they're no BS. And Oprah got on the stand, and she's like, I've interviewed everyone I've ever wanted to except for the Pope. And I looked over at the jurors, and they were like, who is this highfalutin? And credit to her lawyers, because they took a break and they came back, and it was all of her rags to riches part of the story, the rags, where she was abused as a kid. Everything changed. Jurors were like, Oprah's a fascinating person. She's got a lot, to her story. If you don't know it, she grew up in Memphis. It was rough. She came through a lot. And so someone picked up on it in her camp, because then they stopped talking about how great she was on TV and how everyone in the country tuned into her shows. Stedman was flying out to Amarillo.
Yeah, you didn't talk to Stedman?
I talked to him once, but he was like, I appreciate you. I'm going to stay out of this. But she flew. Garth Brooks came out. She was filming her show while she was on trial. So at night, she would film her show. She had Garth Brooks come out to Amarillo. She had all these, everything just kept going. And it was wild. It was wild. So yeah, that was one of the bigger
goat, man.
Huh?
Stedman's my goat. That dude Stedman. He just
but
be chilling at the crib.
He kept working.
Yeah.
I think I told you that when I went to cover the Cowboys in Oxnard, and Babe Laufenberg, love Babe Laufenberg. He grabbed me and Jacques Taylor. He's like, hey, come on. We're going out to Troy's house in Santa Barbara. I'm like, oh, yeah, let's go. And so we go out there, and this is the house that he bought from, I think Marcus Allen sold it to him to keep it from he knew he was going to get divorced. And he didn't want his wife to get the house, so he sold it to Troy Aikman. And It's this awesome house, like crazy awesome house. And Babe Loffenberg's like, hey, come on, we're going to go for a walk. So we walk down the street. And he's like, look up to your right. It was Oprah's chateau. Like there were hills going up to this house behind a stone wall. I mean, it was like a chateau out of France. And I'm like, whose house is that? And he's like, Oprah. And it's just one of her houses. I'm like, dang. So, yeah.
I bet you OJ was creeping around that Marcus Allen house, seeing what the hell was going on. That fool Marcus Allen was a foul brother, man. Marcus Allen, you wrong. They don't talk about him enough with the OJ case.
Well, OJ was creeping around.
No
one asked OJ to go staring in his wife's windows, seeing her getting down with Marcus Allen. That's believed to be the precipitating act before he started lopping heads off.
That's a different type of heartbreak. When
OJ was cheating every chance he got.
OJ was cheating. OJ was a class act. They try to make OJ out like a monster. OJ was one of the best running backs of all time.
He's a great running back. He was
commercials.
He was no saint.
He was great in commercials.
Oh, great in commercials.
You know what I'm saying? What was the one where the car
hurts?
Hurts, baby.
He's hurdling airport chairs.
Elite, great actor. OJ had range. Then y'all want to make him as a monster and stuff like that.
What was OJ's best movie work? Police Academy?
I don't know.
Or Naked Gun or something
like that.
Oh yeah. Steven says OJ was too busy running through the airport in isotoner gloves.
No.
Naked Gun. Okay. Yeah. OJ, go see Naked Gun. OJ. That's probably his finest work.
Yo, you know what type of pain you have to go through when your wife is cheating on you with a bootleg version of you, but that bootleg version of you at the time might be better? That's a different type of heartbreak. Like if my wife cheated on me with a dark-skinned 25-year-old man that was in better shape than I was, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'd do. I
don't think you'd go lopping heads off.
Probably not. But again, I've never been in that situation. A lot of us haven't.
Well,
you know,
there's 1,000 documentaries now you can watch, but OJ, Marcus Allen.
Foul.
He was like, you are a younger, better looking version of me. Marcus Allen had them blue eyes. Women were like, ah.
Never trust a brother with blue eyes.
I mean, he was the prettiest. And then when you put those pads on, he's gliding through UCLA's defense, racking up touchdowns for John Robinson. Marcus Allen.
Yeah.
That dude.
He was smooth. I ain't going to front.
That's
a smooth brother. Like OJ, I get it. That's a smooth brother. That's tough. Marcus Allen can make any man feel insecure about himself.
There you go.
In that time.
Oh, yeah.
So
especially the Juice, because the Juice thought he was the transcendent brother.
That's right.
I appeal to whites. I appeal to blacks. I'm selling the Hertzes. I'm selling isotoners. Because I ran for 2,000 yards, y'all.
Very relatable.
First, and I did it in 12 games or whatever it was back then. OJ was solid in Buffalo. I mean, the Juice grew up in sunny Southern California. He went to Buffalo. It was like Bring on the cold. I'm going to still run through these fools. Then Marcus Allen showed up and was like, oh, yeah? Well, let me grab a Super Bowl ring.
Like, that's the bro code. Like, weren't they cool at one point in time? You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Something
yeah.
must
Like,
have happened.
OJ went back to USC or something, was like, took some pictures with Marcus, but then he knew. He had a feeling deep down in his soul that Marcus Allen was coming for his woman.
How do you get that feeling? Like, do you just see the way he looks at her? Like, was Marcus Allen, when he walked up to Nicole, was he
do you need any more evidence than lopping heads off?
I mean,
he was worried. He saw him and he's like, uh-oh, Nicole's going to be crazy for this fool. I got to be careful. I got to keep him as far away from her as possible. And then whammo, Nicole met him. Oh, it was over. and then he goes, then he goes snooping around her condo. And guess what? Her and Marcus Allen are peeling each other's clothes off right in the big bay window living room. OJ just sat there and watched the whole thing, losing his mind.
He should have just left.
Should have left.
He should have left.
Because he couldn't ever stop thinking about it. And then he's like, I got to lop some heads off.
I don't think it just happened like that.
I got to turn some people into Pez dispensers. And, oh, my goodness.
OJ didn't do it.
You know, they say that using a knife to stab someone to death is like the most heinous way for you to kill someone, because the sound that the knife makes, piercing the skin, crunching on bones,
oh my God,
is like you have to be totally demented. And you saw that crime scene. It was a blood bath. Oh my God. Crazy.
Yeah, it could have handled that differently. You probably could have handled that differently, you know, because I'm sure there were people out there that were throwing themselves at OJ, you know, so.
Okay. All right. Enough about the juice. All right. So, Zay, where do you want to begin? Do you want to begin with Steve Sarkisian at SEC meetings, Sean Miller at SEC meetings, or dip into some Athlon preview predictions?
Let's go into Athlon preview predictions. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm showing, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, please like and subscribe. That would be great. But I'm also showing you the cover of the Athlon 2025 college football preview. And here's what Athlon is saying. You want the SEC predictions, or you want the big global national championship predictions?
We'll start SEC.
Okay. So SEC, you've got, you want me to start at number 16, predicted order of finish?
Yeah.
One, predicted order of finish. Number 16, Mississippi State. On Texas's schedule. Number 15, Kentucky. On Texas's schedule. Number 14, Vanderbilt. On Texas's schedule. Number 13, Arkansas. On Texas's schedule. Number 12, Missouri. Number 11, Auburn. And this is where the league should start to show some resistance. Like, I think from 11 up are teams that are all capable of knocking off the top two. But Auburn at 11, Tennessee at 10, Oklahoma at number 9. So not even in the top. Well, no, not even in the top. They're in the lower half of the league. At number 8, Texas A&M. Texas A&M lost its defensive front. Still has Torian York at linebacker, but lost some dudes on that defense. And Will Lee, they lost him. He was their best corner that they got from Kansas State. He gone. Number 7, Ole Miss, the Rebels, Lane Kiffin, going with the left-handed brother at quarterback, Austin Simmons, for Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart was there 3 years, like Quinn Ewers. Ole Miss, as we know, went heavy in the portal last year. I mean, Walter Nolan, Princely Human Malin, on, and it didn't quite work. They did not make the playoff. Number 6, South Carolina. They lost some dudes up front on defense, including always get it, Shamar Stewart or Shamar Turner.
I feel like that's not the dudes from
A&M.
A&M. Yeah.
They lost him, and he was a Nagurski finalist. At number 5, Florida.
Wow.
So Billy Napier has gone from needing asbestos underwear. People were taking bets on whether he would get fired in season last year. Now, here's what's interesting. We need to pause for a second on Florida. I'll be making my first trip to the swamp. Never been there this year. And I hear you can stay in Orlando, Tampa, and make the drive over. Don't try to stay anywhere near Gainesville because you get over gouged for staying in the sticky sheets in. You know what I mean? So Florida plays Texas at the beginning of October. Before they play Texas, the 2 weeks before they play Texas, actually, they do have a bye right before they play Texas, but on September 13th, they're at LSU. And on September 20th, they're at Miami. So Texas is going to have really good film on Florida. Florida will have had to show everything they've got in those games at LSU and at Miami. Texas, meanwhile, will have played Ohio State. So people will have good film on Texas. It's not like they can hide anything up to that point. And again, a lot of the hype around Florida is connected to DJ Lagway, who played really well down the stretch. He played really well down the stretch. Texas was kind of lucky they were the one team he didn't play against. And then he came back from his injury, his back injury. At number 4, according to Athlon in the SEC, we're going through my Athlon college football preview before we get to Steve Sarkisian and Sean Miller. Number 4, Alabama.
Oh.
And Alabama, we've talked to our man Lance Taylor of Birmingham, Next Round Live, lanceslock.com, longtime SEC observer. And he thinks Ty Simpson's going to be the quarterback. And, of course, the last time we saw Ty Simpson was that South Florida game right after the Texas game when they benched Jalen Milroe. And Ty Simpson was terrible. Now, that was 2 years ago.
That was 2 years ago. That's crazy.
2 years ago. And now he's the guy, apparently. I'm not sure. I got to see it. But Alabama, number 4. And they've recruited well. We know they got Ryan Williams. They got dudes. And Ryan Grubb is back being the offensive coordinator for Kalen DeBoer. Ryan Grubb was the OC when they beat Texas 2 years in a row. And then he went to become the offensive coordinator for the Seattle Seahawks, who went 10-7 last year.
They weren't bad.
They weren't bad. but he missed his guy. Ryan Grubb was the offensive coordinator for Kalen DeBoer at Fresno State and Washington, and he can't quit him. So he quit the Seahawks.
No, what they did with Michael Penix, incredible. Like, I expect Michael Penix to have a big year with the Falcons. So you go back to his college career at UW, and Grubb and Kalen DeBoer, their chemistry, pretty unmatched. So Ty Simpson, he's going to be put in really good situations. And last year, I think just with Jalen Milroe, not enough time together. You know, Kalen DeBoer was trying to figure him out. Same thing with Jalen Milroe trying to figure out Kalen DeBoer. And in the midst of that, you're playing against elite teams in the SEC. So it's hard, you know. That Oklahoma game last year was rough for Alabama when they went down to Norman. That was the reason why they didn't get in the college football playoff.
That's right.
Right there.
And that was the high and the low.
Yeah.
The high for Jalen Milroe was at LSU. He destroyed them. The Tiger Stadium was empty in the third quarter. And then he went to OU, and the offense couldn't do anything. So, I mean, I think OU fans and Brent Venables, he's selling hope off of that Alabama win, 24-3. It was dominating.
Shout out to my man Sooner Cowboys, man. He was rocking with us in the afternoon yesterday. Now rocking with us in the morning just to be a hater. I respect it, Sooner Cowboys.
Yeah. I don't know. I shouldn't say this because I'm not invested, and I'm not in the stadium. But OU fans, you know, they're not. I mean, I don't know. They're not like Ohio State fans. We'll leave it at that. So Alabama opens at Florida State. Now, Mike Norvell's team was awful last year, but that's because I don't know. I feel like DJ Ungalale is the curse, the jinx. But maybe I
kind of feel bad for DJ.
Yeah, but his dad is messy. Remember, his dad's involved in the Nico Iamaleava. Like, his dad represents a lot of the Polynesian community of football players. I don't know. I don't have all the info, but it seems like DJ's got bad juju. So we'll see. We'll see what Florida State's all about. And then Alabama plays Wisconsin, Luke Fickell's Wisconsin, in Tuscaloosa on September 13th. And then they're at Georgia, September 27th. So Alabama's September is loaded. You're going to know exactly where they stand. Then they get Vanderbilt and Missouri. Of course, Vanderbilt beat them last year. They're at Alabama's at South Carolina. I still don't know what to make of South Carolina, but you know, I think I love Lenoris Sellers. Don't get me wrong. I love him. He's tough. He's a winner. He's a killer. I just wonder if they have enough around him to, you know, he doesn't look anything like Vince Young, but he reminds me of a young Vince Young. Like when VY was coming on, remember the K-State game VY had in 2003? Where he kind of didn't, you could tell he kind of didn't know what he was doing, but he just kept making plays. And first of all, he had a ankle injury in that game that would have ended most people's seasons. This is when I determined that Vince Young is made of polyurethane, because his ankle went completely right angle. And he taped it up, came right back in, and kept making plays. But like even in that OU game in 2003 where they got housed 63-14, he was making plays. Like
plays, yeah.
He was running down the field. He was like zigzagging all the way across the field. Now
he didn't start that game either.
No, he didn't. Chance Mock. Poor Chance Mock. Chance Mock was like 11-2 and got benched.
Had to be done.
Hey, man. VY. Sorry.
Yeah.
And Chance is great. Chance understands it. Chance, he loved Texas so much he didn't transfer. And obviously, Texas won a national championship with VY. So enough said. But remember also that Texas Tech football game where Mac benched VY and brought in Chance, and Chance threw the game-winning touchdown?
Yeah.
I was like, Mac, what are you doing? Like, you already kind of screwed Vince over in the 2003 Holiday Bowl, and you're going to bench him here in a home game against Texas Tech? But Chance Mock, baby. Chance Mock came in relief and delivered. That was wild.
And that was one of those moments for VY where it was like, never again.
Yeah.
Mac, you'll never, for the rest of my career here at Texas, will have the opportunity to take me out the game. So that was a good coaching move. Sit him down, let him reflect on what he did, see all the mistakes, correct it, come back better, come back stronger. VY did that. The rest is history.
How about this? Now, they didn't play every year, but CB, the world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio, Texas didn't beat K-State for 10 years after that win in 2003. K-State, it was the purple Bermuda Triangle. Like, it didn't matter who was at quarterback. Didn't matter who the coach was. Bill Snyder was beating up on Texas. And then Ron Prince rolled up in here. Ron Prince, who was fired and replaced by Bill Snyder. Snyder came out of retirement. But they had that dude who ended up playing quarterback for the Buccaneers. Oh, man. Help me with
CB.
The quarterback. Yeah, CB, help me with the quarterback. Freeman.
Oh, the light-skinned brother. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
And he's slinging it downfield to Jordy Nelson and Javier. Oh, God. Yeah. I mean, it didn't matter. It didn't matter who was the coach, the quarterback. Oh, man. Yeah. Colt. That was the first time they ran him at the goal line and he got that stinger. Why didn't they figure it out? We can't be running Colt near the goal line. Then they do it against Bama with big old Marcel Darius. And Sean Cody. What are we thinking there? Colt came
part of Colt's game. Colt was a runner.
He was better outside the tackles.
Well, yeah, but it's Colt McCoy. He's a football player. You can't tell him where to run.
Dude, he came into Texas at 168 pounds.
Yeah.
Like, he's not a big guy.
I mean, no Ben Roethlisberger, but Colt McCoy.
No, he's no Ben Roethlisberger.
$160 soaking wet, tough as it gets, man.
Oh, tough as it gets, but don't run him in there with the big fellas. Marcel Darius knocked him in the next week. Anyway.
Telling Steve Sarkisian about Arch Manning. Be careful.
Right.
Well, you got
Be
this
smart.
Way back. Be smart.
Let him get out on the perimeter where he has the run-pass option. That's where Vince was the deadliest. I mean, I've never seen Lloyd Carr. I've never seen a coach of an opposing team so frustrated as after that Rose Bowl when VY, like, we'll be back. And VY had runs of 50, 30, and Lloyd Carr in his post-game press conference is like, what are we going to do? Because he would look like he would start to run, so we'd come up and break coverage, and then he'd just lob it over our heads. Because they were scared to death of VY and his legs. The guy was unbelievable. Set up runs like a running back at 6'5".
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I'll never forget Oklahoma State 05 in the comeback where he did the
He
fake
pumped like
pass.
Rashawn Woods 8 yards downfield.
Man.
Rashawn Woods has a vertical of like 40 inches, so it took him a while to land. VY ran right by him.
Yeah, you know how many times in two-hand touch sandlot football I was fake passing as an all-time QB just so I could do that, just because I saw it every time. Every time I'm like, damn it, Zay, throw the freaking ball. But like, nah, y'all.
Yeah.
I see VY going crazy. It's inspiring.
Oh, yeah.
He's different, man.
Oh, yeah. Didn't K-State have Sproles as well at that time? Yeah.
Yeah, his tiny ass.
Sproles. Anyone remember David Allen? He was Sproles before Sproles. David Allen went off on Texas in the return game. Oh, man.
Terrence Newman was always a problem.
Terrence Newman
was always a problem.
Dude was a track blazer. Ran 4.3 at corner. Return game.
Yeah, Kansas State's had some guys.
Was it Donovan Woods? Did he pump fake? Not Rashawn Woods? Oh, yeah. Was Rashawn? Yeah, Rashawn was the receiver. Yeah, sorry. Donovan Woods. VY pump faked.
Yeah. Yeah, Donovan Woods, he's still jumping for that 20 years later.
Oh, yeah. Well, all that was to start with Lenora Sellers, who I think is really good. If he advances as a passer, watch out.
Yeah.
Because he's hard. He's hard to get down on the ground.
What's their schedule?
South Carolina.
Because it just flipped from last year.
So South Carolina is playing Virginia Tech to open the season. Virginia Tech. They play South Carolina State. They play Vanderbilt at Missouri. Jeez. Kentucky. They should be.
That's 10-2.
5-0.
Yeah.
South Carolina should be 5-0 going to LSU. Then they play Oklahoma at home. They play Alabama at home. They're at Ole Miss. They're at A&M. And then they're home against Coastal Carolina before they are home against Clemson.
Yeah, that sounds like a 9-3 team, but you never know.
Yeah.
A Clemson game.
Their prediction, Athlon's prediction for South Carolina is 9-4.
9-4?
They
So
lose
they're
their
calling the bowl game, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So they don't have them making the college football playoff.
Nope. They have them in the ReliaQuest Bowl against Iowa.
Damn, that's brutal.
So South Carolina 6, Florida 5, Alabama 4, LSU. Brian Kelly, year 4? Year 4. Wow, Brian Kelly came in. Yeah, that's right. Brian Kelly came in the same time as Brent Venables. So LSU, we know Garrett Nussmeier threw for 4,000 yards, 29 touchdowns last year. Heisman front runner. He was terrible against A&M. If you watch the LSU A&M game, he made bad decisions in that game, and it cost LSU dearly.
He was really hurt that game, though. You remember he was hobbling around and stuff. So I'll give him points for being tough as hell and trying to stick it out, but that wasn't a healthy Garrett Nussmeier. And again, turnovers are turnovers. Bad plays, bad play. I'm sure he or Brian Kelly wouldn't make any excuses for it, but giving him the benefit of the doubt here, I remember that game. He probably should have been taken out of that game way earlier before it got to the point where he was basically crawling off the field. That was That was a tough moment for Garrett Nussmeier, but everybody's expecting him to be that dude this year. First team All SEC, potential Heisman winner. I'm trying to see it. Folks got Garrett Nussmeier, mock draft, #1 overall pick. All right. All right, Garrett Nussmeier. Showing what you could do. People
LSU was
Jaden Daniels.
LSU was up 17-7 on A&M at halftime and lost 38-23. That was the game you were referencing where he was hurt. They lost their tackles. I was never that big on Will Campbell. Everyone was like, "Oh, Will Campbell." I thought Will Campbell was
arms.
Yeah, I thought Kelvin Banks was much better than Will Campbell. And they lost Emory Jones, their other tackle, to the NFL. So we'll see. They've recruited well. They're LSU. Harold Perkins Jr. is back because he had another injury-plagued season in 24. And he's going to play their hybrid linebacker safety position.
You know they're going to have wide receivers. They always do.
Oh, man.
Wow.
They only have 3 returning starters on offense. One of them is Aaron Anderson, the receiver. Defensively, they only have 4 returning starters. So this is a lot about Garrett Nussmeier. And they brought in Barrion Brown at receiver from Kentucky. Nick Anderson from OU, remember him? He caught the game winner against Texas in the 34-30 win from Dylan Gabriel. Big, tall target. Yeah, so they're banking on Barrion Brown and Nick Anderson being dudes.
Dang, John, Brian Kelly is so dang overrated as a coach. He's a douchebag. Why he gotta be all that? He could be a bad coach. Why he gotta be a douche too?
So here's my take on Brian Kelly, because Brian Kelly is an excellent coach. He won 2 national championships in D2 at Grand Valley State, which is near where my parents lived. And I actually, when I was working for Sirius XM Radio, went to Notre Dame for the Notre Dame-Michigan game and interviewed Brian Kelly in his office. I think Brian Kelly is still chasing 20, whenever it was that they went to the national championship and got smashed. Because he went to the national championship in his 3rd year at Notre Dame and they lost. And I think he's still like, it's like Chris Beard after getting to the national championship for Tech. And what was that kid's name who left the 3-point shooter to go try to defend a layup when his team was up by 3. But Chris Beard's chasing it. Vic Schaefer's been in the national championship game twice. He's chasing it. I feel like Brian Kelly's chasing it, and he's not. Like, I hear that he's hard to work for. I heard that Bo Davis, after leaving Texas to go to LSU, and they were promising that his son would be on the roster, blah, blah, blah. That didn't happen. And I heard Bo Davis did not like working for Brian Kelly. So Bo was like, first chance I get, I'm going, oh, New Orleans Saints? Okay, yeah, let's go. So I don't know. I don't know if Brian Kelly's in what I call legacy prison, where it's all about me. What are you doing for me? How are you helping me win that national championship? Instead of making it about the culture of his team, the camaraderie, that stuff matters. If Brian Kelly is making it about him, players will feel it. Now, having a guy like Jaden Daniels, who is the honey badger, that dude's just going to take whatever he wants because he is wired on a different system. what a break for Brian Kelly, because Steve Sarkisian said he looked at Jaden Daniels, because he was making that move when Sark went and got Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, which is odd to say. I wouldn't say that if I was Sark. How'd that come out, by the way? Because I love Quinn. Appreciate you three. I hope everything works out in South Beach. Absolutely got hosed by being drafted as late as he did. But we talking about Jaden Daniels here.
But his film from Arizona State wasn't great.
Yeah, didn't add up.
So Sark was like, plus he's a dual threat guy, like, obviously. Dude ran for 1,500 yards when he won
that dual threat. Like, he's capable. You saw it this year. Jaden Daniel could throw the football.
Oh, yeah. No, he is the definition of an assassin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm scared to death of Jaden Daniels. And I told you that going into that Lions playoff game, and I was right.
Yeah.
Now, Lions defense was decimated, but
I'm telling you, his mama, everybody be clowning his mama for being that helicopter parent. His mama got his mind right. His mama has him focused on the game and not all that scattered ass running around. She knows. She knows.
Isn't she a little bit like Halliburton's dad?
Nah, she ain't crazy.
She a little bit off the farm?
No, she gets a bad rap, man.
Okay.
She just loves her son, and she knows that there are women out here. Yeah, there's women out here that don't have the right mindset, don't have the right intentions. All they see is the dollar signs, and she's trying to protect her baby from all that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's good parenting right there. I respect it. You know what I'm saying? She's a good woman, and she's a single mother too. So she feels even more obligated to take care of some things because I don't really see Jaden Daniels pops around very often. So, she says he's allowed to date, but I'm sure whichever girl dates
we don't need quotes like that.
Boxes.
We don't need quotes like that. At this point in his life,
quotes
Jaden
like
Daniels
what?
is a grown-ass man. I don't need my mom telling me who I can date, whether I can date. Daniels needs to be living.
If he was any other position besides quarterback, I will agree with you 100%. Him being a quarterback, I need my quarterbacks to be a little more locked in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need you to be chasing the honeys all the time. Have you seen the Stephon Diggs video that just came out?
Oh, no.
It's not that bad.
Stephon Diggs, who his teammates in Minnesota voted most likely to cheat with your girlfriend or wife.
Yeah, shout out to our man.
Shout out to Brian Robinson for asking that question.
Yo, it couldn't be more true. It couldn't be more true. Look at this. Put this video up. So Stephon Diggs is currently dating Cardi B. Cardi B with the WAP and all that. Yeah, Cardi B with the WAP. So they were at a boat party. Check out this video. I can't play the sound because they got Ja Rule in the background, and we ain't trying to get hit for no copyright and stuff here on YouTube. But Stephon Diggs, Cardi B's on the boat, by the way. So Stephon's not in trouble or anything. But as you see in this video, for the folks listening to the app, Stephon Diggs is talking to 3 honeys. It looks like he's running game on all of them. I don't know where Cardi is, but she's on the boat, so she knows what's going on. But these women, they look very excited to be in the presence of Stephon Diggs. So look at him pulling out something. People think that this is cocaine. He pulls a little baggie out and gives it to him. People are assuming that is cocaine. I'm not gonna put that on Stephon Diggs, man. I ain't gonna say that. He might just be handing them, a little baggie with maybe some goldfish in it. I can't tell. I can't tell. But yeah, I'd rather my quarterback not to be this. This is not what I need for my quarterback. My wide receiver, Have a blast. Enjoy life. That's what the NFL's about.
Patrick says he was giving him pop rocks.
Pop rocks, exactly.
Pop
Jolly
rock.
Ranchers.
Just
Things
a little,
like that.
yeah, a little fun. Okay,
But
so
that's why B-Rob, that's why they all said I will not allow Stephon Diggs to date my daughter, because Stephon Diggs, and he stole Cardi B from Offset, the rapper of the Migos. That's the baby daddy of Cardi B.
because Stephon Diggs don't care. He's the honey badger.
No, he don't care. And there's rumors that Stephon Diggs, he goes around Hollywood sleeping with women that are in relationships with other men. Like, that's his thing. Like,
That was like the
loves-
reputation Dustin Johnson, the golfer, had for a while before he got settled in with Paulina Gretzky.
Stop playing. You lying. Dustin Johnson.
The rumor was that he slept with Jason Duffner's wife. Jason Duffner was a talented yet nerdy golfer, and his wife was hot. And next thing you know, there's tension between Duffner and Dustin Johnson. Now, that's all from rumor. And there was a while where Wayne Gretzky would not let Dustin Johnson and his daughter get married, but I think they finally did get married. And it was wild. Because Wayne, I followed Paulina and Janet Jones and Wayne Gretzky at the Masters. I just couldn't stop. Like, it's Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah, the great one.
The great one. So I'm like, I know I'm supposed to be covering the whole damn tournament, but I'm just walking with Wayne Gretzky, who's obviously following Dustin Johnson. And I mean, I was such a creeper. I was like right behind them at the crosswalks and everything. They didn't know me from a blade of grass on that golf course, but it was funny listening to Paulina and her mom talking. You talk about lifestyles of the rich.
Yeah.
But Wayne was talking to like one of Dustin's golf coaches the whole time. And then after the round, like Wayne is with Dustin and Janet Jones like, we're going to go back to the house. You know, Wayne throws the keys from like 50 feet. Janet's like, God, you know, picks up the keys, leaves.
If I'm Dustin Johnson, I would have told Wayne, yo, I don't care if you're the great one or not. I'm being nice asking you for your permission. You say yes or no, it don't matter. We're going to do what we want. This ain't Canada, Wayne. That's what I would have told.
Dustin, Dustin had his own issues with the drugs.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. He was the party machine, and he got clean, and he thanks Wayne Gretzky for a lot of it.
What kind of drugs we talking here? We talk about like Ricky Williams just chilling.
No.
We talking about the hard.
Yeah, allegedly the booger sugar.
Oh, man. Yeah.
But I think Paulina was into that stuff too. No one talks about her, but
of course,
Paulina grew up in LA.
Oh,
with that whole scene. I'm like amazed that they're still together, because it's like two live wires, moving around, and like if they touch, it's like. But all right, back to the countdown. You got LSU at number 3. Everyone putting that stock in Garrett Nussmeier and Harold Perkins. At number 2, Georgia,
Wow.
them Bulldogs.
Ugh.
Now, Georgia lost a lot from that defensive front. I mean, they lost Stackhouse. They lost Michael Williams. They lost
Jalen
Damon.
Walker.
Yeah, Jalen Walker and Damon Wilson. And Damon Wilson transferred to Missouri. That bag must have been nice.
Yeah. Losing Malachi Starks is a big deal too. Malachi Starks.
Yeah, Malachi Starks at safety. Yeah. And, okay, so they still have on defense CJ Allen, but they have Dalen Everett, who had a whole season worth of stats against Texas in 2 games. 3 interceptions, a forced sack, a forced fumble, recovered fumble in 2 games against Texas. But they only have 3 starters back on defense, 4 starters back on offense. Now, and it's Gunnar Stockton, not Carson Beck. But they brought in receivers. Last year, Georgia's receivers led the nation in drops. Anais Smith, oh God, the other kid. But they went and got Noah Thomas from A&M. I thought Noah Thomas was kind of their A&M's best receiver last year. And they brought in Zachariah Branch from USC.
That's a good get.
So they feel like their receiving core is going to be upgraded. They still have that tight end, Oscar Delp, who had that amazing catch from Stockton along the sideline that helped lead to points. They don't have the running back ATN, but they have Nate Frazier, who is a clone of Trevor Etienne. Nate Frazier is a dog. So, but defensively is where, like, I'm going to be so impressed with Kirby if this defense has dudes like Michael Williams and, Damon Wilson and Jalen Walker, because those dudes terrorized Texas. I don't know why they played so good against Texas. And
yeah, that game plan that Kirby and Glenn Schumann had for Sark both times, just immaculate. It seemed like they knew what Quinn Ewers wanted to do before the ball was even snapped,
Well, and they saw how limited he was in the OU game, and they just brought the house. They didn't care. They just brought it, and they got there. And they got there early.
That game was so personal, man. I'll never forget how turned up Coach Smart was. He wanted that game so bad. I can't imagine what that week was like of practice gearing up for Texas, because Kirby's never been on that side very often where we are the underdog. We are playing the best team in the nation. That's what the polls say. And they're disrespecting you like y'all are rump roast. We got national championships here. Sark does it.
Well, remember Sark gave Pat McAfee that FAO or
F around and find out shirt.
Yeah, F around and find out shirt. And Kirby mentioned that in his post game. He's like, we weren't doing photo ops. We were getting ready for this game, and we did it in their house where we got a call reverse that I've never seen happen before, with the bottles thrown on the field, and suddenly the ref's like, it's an interception, Texas ball at the 9. Even though they'd already spotted the ball for Georgia. That was crazy. That was crazy.
Yeah, Kirby was like, we ain't here for all the bells and the whistles and the pageantry and stuff. And I was like, damn, Kirby, tell us how you really feel. Like,
Well,
all right, that was a little recruiting.
here's Georgia's schedule, because Kirby was talking about playing Clemson and how important that game was last year, because he said that was important for the conference and for us because it verified our strength. That was his quote. Well, listen to their non-conference this year. Marshall, Austin P. Then they're at Tennessee on September 13th. Home against Alabama. Home against Kentucky. At Auburn, who's supposed to be better, Jackson Arnold and Eric Singleton. Auburn went rich in the portal. Then they're home against Ole Miss. Then they play Florida in the world's largest cocktail party. They're at Mississippi State. And then they play Texas at home. Then they play Charlotte and at Georgia Tech.
Oh, man.
So their non-conference, after playing Clemson and playing big games the last few years, is Marshall, Austin P, Charlotte, and Georgia Tech. Come on.
But we want to hate on Texas for wanting to play a noon game versus Ohio State.
No one's hating on Texas for that. The people who are hating on Texas for that are Ohio State fans. And that makes me happy. That makes me happy. That was
all them fans hating.
Yeah.
All them fans saying Texas is soft for doing that. Like, all right. By the way, CB, that was Jalen Gilbo.
Yeah, if you blocked
up there. Yeah, Jalen Gilbo. It's tough. That was a tough moment because that was definitely a pick six in that SEC championship game. Jahdae Barron had the opportunity.
2 minutes left.
Wasn't that Oscar Delp? One of them tight ends made the tackle.
Yeah, for some reason, Gilbo was looking back at Jahdae instead of looking upfield at guys he could block.
Yeah.
So the tight end goes right by him, makes the tackle. Okay. Georgia. Again, 3 starters back on defense. Now, that punter is gone.
Thank goodness.
That dude was lethal. That dude was lethal. I think. Well, Brett Thorson is the punter there. Is that him?
No.
Who was that punter for Georgia last year? That dude. That was rough. I thought it was number 99, but
yeah, I'm not up to date on my punter game.
Okay. I'll tell you who it was. That punter. Oh, no, he didn't wear 99. That might be Brett Thorson. All right. Hold on 1 second. I know this is great radio.
It's the best.
What I'm doing here, but we have to get to the bottom of whether or not that punter is still a factor.
Shout out to Noah, by the way. Appreciate you, Noah. Always showing love.
Noah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Nah. Good looking out.
Okay. We're getting closer. You ready? So here is the answer. That punter against, oh God, it was Brett Thorson. He's still there. Brett Thorson is still there. That dude averaged 50 yards per punt against Texas.
Oh, my goodness.
And he had a long of 58. He just kept pinning Texas deep. Brett Thorson. Beware of Brett Thorson. he better be the first team All-American or the Athlon's first team punter. Yep, he is. Okay. So we know that they got a good punter, special teams, what have you. Number one, Texas Longhorns. Texas Longhorns. And you look around at Texas roster, and Steve Sarkisian talked about this yesterday. He said, we're not young. We got some new faces, inexperienced. But he said, like primarily on the offensive line, we got guys who've been with us for 3 and 4 years who are stepping in to take over. They've been in our system. They've been developed or not transfers. He's never taken an offensive line transfer. And he talked about that yesterday here at SEC meetings, saying, you know, we've done a good job of recruiting on the offensive line. He said some other positions, defensive tackle, maybe not so well, but on the offensive line, we've recruited really well. And you're going to see how that all comes together. Because you don't have a game changer at running back, but you've got a solid running game. I mean, I think people forget that Quintravian Wisner caught 44 passes last year. Quintravian Wisner caught 44 passes last year for 311 yards. That's 7.1 per catch. He had 1 touchdown catch, in addition to his 1,064 yards rushing and 4.7 yards per carry average and 5 rushing touchdowns. So, yeah, you don't have a guy that strikes fear in you, but you got a guy that is going to grind.
I could see Quintravian Wisner being a sleeper for first team All SEC this year. I really do. I think he has that ability. I think the fact that they're so deep in that running back room, hopefully, knock on wood, they don't have the injuries that they did this past year with CJ Baxter and Christian Clark being out. But I think Quintravian Wisner can definitely be that guy. And he showed a lot of it this past season. He definitely showed it against Texas A&M. And at that time, that was the biggest game of the year. And that dude came through with over like 200 freaking yards, which is insane. 30-something carries. Like
33 carries.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
But I think Q Wisner changed his number to 5, rocking that Bijan Robinson now. Don't sleep on that. Q Wisner, man.
I like that. Dude, I like Q Wisner.
I love him.
I'm very high on Q Wisner. By the way, Athlon's first team All SEC running backs are Ahmad Hardy, who transferred to Missouri.
Come on, man.
From Texas, played him last year. ULM.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Gotta go Terrence Howard on that one. Come on, man. I don't know about that one.
And Jaden Ott, the Cal transfer to OU. Jaden Ott had a good year 2 years ago, and then not such a great year last year. And he spells his name weird. It's Jadyn.
Sooner Cowboys, you like that?
Or, yeah.
Sooner Cowboys, let us know, man, how that running back. second team over Travion Wisner. All right, we'll see. If Trevion Wisner doesn't make an all SEC team, it's because Sark spread it out a lot this year. And there's a lot of guys in that room, like Jared Gibson, who I'm expecting to take a leap. CJ Baxter, I think it's going to take a little bit for him to get his sea legs under him and feel comfortable back on that field due to the knee injury that he suffered last year. But when he does get that swagger and juice back, which let's say October, even though he might be cleared in September and stuff. Let's say CJ Baxter finally gets that juice back in October. You're going to see him involved more. You love some James Simon. James Simon might get some tick. You never know. I heard Christian
I'm hearing
Clark.
James Simon is Jarek Gibson with better hands.
I like that. I'll take that.
Yeah. I mean, we know Sarkisian, you cannot play running back for Sarkisian unless you can catch. And James Simon, from what I hear, was running deep routes in the spring. Like, that's how much trust Sark has for him in the receiving game. But yeah,
I mean, James Blue, he really thrived with those deep routes, those wheel routes. Saw it against Ohio State, saw it against Texas A&M. When Jaden Blue was involved in the passing game, that was probably him at his best last year, when we all know with Jaden Blue with the fumble issues. It was a little bit up and down, but when Jaden Blue was good, a lot of that was due to the passing game. So whichever running back could, run with that, no pun intended, then yeah, you're really going to have your offense thriving there.
So Jay Knott obviously transferred to Oklahoma. John Mateer, Washington State quarterback, transferred to Oklahoma. Remember, Oklahoma, this is where Brent Venables fell off the train. After Jeff Lebby got the Mississippi State job, Brent Venables promoted Seth Luttrell to offensive coordinator. And Seth Luttrell was no Jeff Lebby. And part of the reason that Dylan Gabriel left OU is because Jeff Lebby left. And Jeff Lebby and Dylan Gabriel had been together at Central Florida. And the offense went in the crapper. And OU had a losing season. So they've gone all in on John Mateer, Jaden Ott, who ran for 1,300 yards 2 years ago and 15 touchdowns and averaged 5.3 a carry. And they still have Deion Burks at receiver, who was hurt most of last year. Now they lost Nick Anderson to the portal, but they have Keontez Lewis and Giovanni Gibson. Those are the guys who are going to have to step up at receiver. And Mateer, we know, can run around. On defense, they have a lot back. Now they don't have
Danny freaking Stutzman.
They don't have Danny Stutzman, but they've still got Kip Lewis. They've got Dominic Williams, Jaden Jackson. They're loaded up front. Our Mason Thomas. Their defensive line is talented and deep. And you've got you lost Billy Bowman at safety. You lost the dude with 3 names at safety. But you have Robert Spears Jennings. He's still there. So you got to replace Billy Bowman at safety, and then their corners have been they got to be better at corner. But OU, Sooner Cowboys is joining the show today.
It's my man.
He's saying that OU's floor is 8-4 or BV is gone. Now here's the OU schedule. Illinois State, that should be a win. They play Michigan in Norman. That should be a win. Mason Graham's gone. Kenneth Grant is gone. The defensive end who Michigan's, they're reloading or rebuilding on defense. We'll find out. But that's a winnable game. Then they're at Temple, who sucks. Then they play Auburn in Norman. That's the crossroad game right there. If they beat Auburn and Jackson Arnold, who could be seeing ghosts back in that stadium, or he could be a laser beam if he's that much of an assassin. And Auburn is supposed to be better. This is Hugh Freeze's get off the hot seat season. Brent Venables, this is the battle of the two coaches on the hot seat right here. September 20th. Whoever wins that game, their season arrow starts to go up. The other one is like, and it's in Norman. Then OU plays Kent State, tomato can. Then they play Texas. We know that game can take on a life of its own. Then they're at South Carolina. So that Texas, South Carolina, and then Ole Miss in Norman, then at Tennessee, Missouri at home, LSU at home. 8-4 is doable. 9-3. We'll see. Mateer's good. Mateer's good.
I gotta see it, man.
I know.
Mateer playing against 5A Texas high school football teams this past season. I need to see it. John Mateer supposed to be.
Ooh, look at this.
On Elway Mateer. That's how they making them look.
Sooner Cowboys says OU's AD, Joe Castiglione, makes strategic moves, and he already made moves just in case he has to fire BV.
Damn.
Okay.
We already at that point? Keep Brent Venables around, man. He needs time to build the team, to build his culture. I don't think he's had enough time yet. They got to give him more time. Let him hang out, do his thing. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes guys are just better coordinators than they are head coaches. That might be the case for Brent Venables.
Well,
we don't know that yet for sure.
He whiffed. He whiffed on Seth Luttrell, and it cost him because he had a losing season, then he had a 10-win season. So he had it going up, and then he hires Seth Luttrell to be the OC, and they basically blame Jackson Arnold for it all their receivers were hurt. I mean, that 34-3 win over OU last year for Texas is OU was punchless on offense. They didn't have a running game. You had Michael Hawkins Jr. running for his life. It was like, you know what? Let's put the freshman out there. Let's not get Jackson Arnold all busted up. But then Hawkins started making some plays. Hawkins ends up beating Alabama, and he's still there.
Yeah, that's interesting that he stuck around.
Yeah. So kudos to Michael Hawkins Jr. for sticking it out because he did some good things last year. And now they got
family. Didn't his dad play for Oklahoma or something? Or am I thinking of someone else?
Let me see here.
Because that would make a lot of sense. Like family ties. He's been an OU fan his whole life.
Michael Hawkins Jr. His
uncle.
Something.
Like, by the way, Cowboys, Patty Gasso is a cheater.
What is wrong with you?
I'll never let that die.
What are you alleging now?
You can't tell me something fishy ain't going on with Oklahoma softball. The morning people need to hear this because the afternoon.
Did they see the ball too well and hit it too far?
Man, they juicing. They on that Barry Bonds. They on that Sammy Sosa.
What's wrong with you?
Hey,
you are walling.
When you see Wallen, Morgan Wallen, am I Wallen here?
You are. You're just.
I might be Wallen. I don't know if I'm Wallen.
You think I'm bad about Ohio State fans? I base it in reality. You're just out here making stuff up.
I'm just saying. That's a lot of winning. We just
need to say allegedly, or Patty Gassel's coming after you.
Yo, Patrick, I ain't saying all that, but
Patty Gassel's won 4 natties in a row. She's going to come after you.
That's insane. Come after me, Patty.
What are you going to say in court when she sues you for slander?
Some women in Dove Springs, I would handle Patty straight up. You know what I'm saying? Straight up.
See, now we're going to get in. Now we're going to get into a conversation. Well, we're already in a conversation we don't need to be having.
No, that's them wilding. We're not talking about whoever's on the comment section wilding. I see y'all wilding in the comment section. I'm not getting.
Did you notice all the comments about how cute the Clemson softball team was?
I didn't see that. Were they? I try not to get into that because they're still in college.
Like, yeah, I'm not. We'll move on.
I don't do college. When they get to the WNBA, now we can talk about it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I love Angel Reese.
We got some mentions. Yeah, we got some mentions. And we got to get into the commentary. This morning show is just flying by. And we got all these. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, please take note of all these incredible sponsors around our faces. Audio visual consultations. Our man Tom McKay, making sure that you get the best price on big screen TVs. And he's going to bring his crew and do it all for you. You don't need to be lugging TVs around town, punching holes in your drywall. Tom McKay's put 3 different big screen TVs in 3 different houses for me. And he's the best. 255-8678 is the number. avconsultations.com is the website. The Sleep Cycle Center. Our man, Dr. Chad, has committed his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his father at the age of 60. And he is passionate, dedicated, has the best technologies to diagnose if you have sleep apnea. Because if you're snoring, it's more than just annoying to the person next to you. It could be the sign of a major health issue. And Dr. Chad, if you go to sleepcyclecenters.com and set up an appointment, tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, they're going to take $100 off your sleep study, basically giving it away to make sure that you get tested. So you know if you're at risk. That's what I think everyone needs to do. I have an oral appliance that holds my lower jaw open. I have sleep apnea. I call it my mouth guard, holds my lower jaw open while I sleep. Dr. Chad has oral appliances as a treatment option. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com, locations in Lakeway and at the Arboretum. And make sure you tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. We're going to take $100 off your sleep study. And cover three. We got Texas softball coming up tomorrow, 11 a.m. How about heading over to cover 3 for a little lunch? Great lunch. Love the lunch at cover 3. I mean, the menu, the food is going to bring you back to cover 3. I love everything on that menu. The flatbreads, the sliders, the beef tenderloin sliders, the buffalo chicken sliders, love them. The ruby trout with the pancetta bacon, the Chop House burger, brick chicken and mac and cheese. Come on. Cover 3 Anderson, cover 3 Round Rock, and cover 2 183 in Lake Creek. Don't forget, brunch on the weekends. We're heading into the brunch portion of the week. And McCall Custom Homes. Mike McCall. Guy has been all about custom homes. So if you're looking to do a renovation, a bathroom, a kitchen, extended outdoor space, you want Mike McCall because he's going to come in. He's going to assess what you want to get done. He's probably going to improve on what you're thinking. And then he's going to oversee everything, every detail, make sure that it's exactly the way you want it at a reasonable price. Because he wants you to have a great experience and refer McCall Custom Homes to your friends. That's how McCall Custom Homes has been doing it for 40 years, family owned and operated. Go to McCallCustomHomesATX.com and set up an appointment. Have Mike come on out and y'all match your visions together so that you're adding value to your home, but most importantly, getting your home just the way you want it. All right. For the chip shot today, we've been talking about the Athlon College Football Magazine SEC preview today. And I got to say, could be a special year for Texas. But they gotta hit the lottery on these defensive tackles in the portal. Murad Watson needs to come in hungry like the wolf. And I mean, what he did as a true freshman, 31 tackles, 6 tackles in their finale against Miami, a win, by the way, a Syracuse win over the Miami Hurricanes. Murad Watson, 6 tackles in that game. He, as a true freshman, I mean, that's kind of Kelvin Banks type stuff because the interior defensive line is really hard to play as a true freshman. There's a lot going on in there, and those offensive linemen are coming at you from weird angles. You just got to be a man in there. You got to strike first, and that's what I like about Murad Watson. I think he and Cole Brevard are probably your starting defensive tackles, and Alex January. I mean, I keep hearing Alex January. I think Alex January is going to be in the rotation in the same way that, you know, Jermaine Lolay and Bill Norton were last year. So, and then you've added Levon Johnson, Travis Shaw, Hero Canoe, and those guys all need to keep coming on. But if Texas has the interior defensive line to go with arguably the best edge rusher room in the country, Colin Simmons, Ethan Burke, Colton Vasek, Trey Moore on occasion. I mean, we can count Anthony Hill and Brad Spence as pass rushers too, but that leads me to
Terry in there too, man. You saw that physique.
Yeah, Justice Terry.
Justice Terry in there, baby.
Looks like the Hulk. So, and the best linebacker room in the country, in my opinion. Who's better at linebacker? Harold Perkins? Harold Perkins is playing their safety linebacker hybrid. And Perkins can play. I'm not saying that, but he's had to fight through injuries. But now we're talking about Anthony Hill. Anthony Hill has just kind of walked right past Harold Perkins. And that's saying a lot because Perkins was a total baller as a freshman. But it could be a special year. If they hit in the lottery, if they hit in the portal, Jack Endries, Emmett Mosley, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, Mason Shipley at kicker, Jack Bowmeister at punter, could be a special season. By the way, Sark said yesterday, when I asked him about the star position and Derek Williams, he downplayed Derek Williams at the star. which tells me two things. Either they liked so much what they saw of Wardell Mack and Grayson Littleton that they're ready to roll with that. Now, I still think, and Grayson Littleton, I'm telling you, I keep hearing his name. And Michael Taft brought up Grayson Littleton. Grayson Littleton, you can tell, is one of those cerebral football IQ guys who gets it. And keep your eyeballs on Grayson Littleton. But I don't know if Sark was just trying to, like, because he kind of was like, nah. I was like, Derek Williams at Star? He's like, nah, I think he plays safety. And I was like, okay. He's like, we can move Jalen Gilbo back. Wardell Mack, Grayson Littleton. So
Interesting.
That's something.
Okay.
So let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Hell of a chip shot, my friend, per usual. Before the right call, though, shout out to Leaf Landscape Supply. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, Leaf Landscape Supply is your place to be. A full-service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. Go visit both of their amazing locations. Down south off of 290 in Monterey Oaks and up north off of Pond Springs Road. Whether it's trendy house plants, specialty plants, rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supply has it all. You want to go online to leaflandscapesupply.com to see what they have to offer. You can get tools, vines, trees, different types of pottery, fruit, bamboo, bags, soil, and plenty more on the website. And remember, when you go in, let them know the crew at TSU put you on. You heard from Zay Collier, maybe in the morning, maybe in the afternoon, doesn't matter, but you heard from us at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and they will give you 10% off on your purchase. Only in store, though. You cannot do this online. You have to be at the 290 location or on the Pond Springs location in store. Let them know you heard from TSU, and you get 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. And Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership, that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Wifey and I love our Covert BK vehicle, our Buick Encore GT. We've taken it up to South Carolina and back. It's making its trips, and it's just a beautiful vehicle. And they have plenty more besides Buick. They got GMC, they got Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Go to covertbk.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. The people are great. The hospitality is incredible. You don't feel pressure. No weird, used, creepy car salesman guy. No, you don't get those vibes. They will go at your pace. They will answer any question that you have for them. And they're just great people. So go check them out at Covert B Cave. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shib, get into a little NBA playoff talk before we wrap up and our guys Double R and Adam Wagner jump on.
Pacers.
Last night, man, the Pacers basically took the series, go up 3-1, headed back.
They're hammering nails into the coffin.
It's ugly. It's ugly, man. Didn't expect the Knicks to go out like this. I thought this was going 7. I thought that the other series with the Thunder and the Timberwolves going 7.
Who do you blame for the Knicks? Because Brunson's been good. Cat has been good at times, mostly.
Mm-hmm.
But like Bridges, seems like that dude comes up small every time it's clutch time. Josh Hart is good, but again, down the stretch of games.
Jake's got it right. Tom Thibodeau. That's who you blame. You blame Tom Thibodeau for doing what Tom Thibodeau does, and that's wearing out his team once the postseason comes around due to how many minutes you played them in the regular season and not utilizing your bench. It's completely on Tom Thibodeau. He doesn't know. He doesn't figure it out. He doesn't see his previous stops as examples. Like, dude, you literally saw Derrick Rose's career come to an end because you're out here playing him 40 minutes a game. Oh, he's 21, 22 years old. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You're a number 1 seed. There's sometimes guys don't need to go back in the game in the fourth quarter in game 58 of the regular season. Your guys don't need to be playing 38 minutes a game because it's going to catch up to them.
In the post-game press conferences that Jalen Brunson does, doesn't it always look like there's more on his mind than like there's more on his mind about the losses than he's saying? Like I guess my point is, does Brunson say him or me to the Knicks?
Tibbs or me, him or me, as in Tom Thibodeau?
Yeah, about Tibbs. It's
Probably
either me,
because if he gets fired, I'm sure his dad gets fired too. His Rick Brunson, who's a part of Tom Thibodeau's staff. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure Jalen has to be very cautious when he talks about the coaches because he doesn't want to put his father's job in jeopardy, which is the coolest thing in the world. Like,
right.
Dad being an assistant and you're the star player of the New York Knicks. Like, that's pretty badass story. You know what I'm saying? But I'd feel a little disgruntled if I was him too. I mean, as a player, you don't want to come out the game. But also, if you see the big picture, you need to understand that the best NBA teams have guys coming off the bench that could still produce. Like, go back to those Bulls teams with Jordan and them. Like, Steve Kerr was knocking down big shots. John Paxson was knocking down big shots. Like, we remember those things. You remember Tony Kukoc. You know, you remember guys like Craig Hodges. You know, Bill Wellington, guys like that might not have been the best players ever, but they were there. They did their part. Bill Cartwright, guys like that. Look at those great Spurs teams. You remember Bruce Bowens and Nazi Muhammad's.
What was BJ's?
BJ Armstrong.
BJ Armstrong.
Coming out of Iowa. BJ Armstrong had the baby face. He looked like a child out there. BJ Armstrong was tough, man. Couldn't have been more than 6'1", $150. BJ Armstrong was tough. Jordan loved BJ Armstrong. Him and MJ were tight. You got to have guys like that. And it's taken Tom Thibodeau too late to figure that out because people are calling them out. Everybody's calling them out, but it's too late. Now you're trying to play guys like DeLon Wright and Landry Shamet. Like, you kidding me? Like, those dudes, they don't push the needle for you at all. But maybe if they were playing during the regular season a little bit more, they could be more acclimated to this time of the year. All in all, Indiana, they're just a better team. Tyrese Halliburton, masterclass last night. 32 points, 15 assists, 12 rebounds, and probably the biggest stat of them all, 0 turnovers.
Unbelievable.
0 turnovers?
He's a zone.
Come on, man. It's just, that's ridiculous. Like, and he's had 11 games where he's had 15 assists and 0 turnovers. Chris Paul has 13 in his career of 15 assists, 0 turnovers. John Stockton has 14. Tyrese Halliburton already has 11 of those games. Put some respect on his name, man. That dude went from being voted by his peers most overrated to doing what he's doing in the playoffs. And his game is so unorthodox. Like, his shot is so weird. I wouldn't teach his shot to anybody. But it's him. And he's talked about
Pascal Siakam was big last night.
African brother stepping up, making big plays. That's what I'm talking about.
What do we, real quick, before, Rodney and Wags jump on, and don't forget, Bucky and BK will be on from 2 to 4 or tomorrow. We're doing the mornings. We're doing the morning tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
So
2 to 4 today, 2 to 4 tomorrow. Bucky.
Don't you worry about Bucky and BK. They'll be right back as soon as SEC meetings are done. But what do we think of Miles Turner? I think he's been
He's
Okay.
struggling with Cat, though. Cat's giving him work. I can't even deny. Cat's been killing him. But he's doing just enough. Miles Turner, he's doing just enough. Like, you could tell he's wearing down Cat, too, on the offensive side because they're so spread out. Everybody, if you're playing for the Indiana Pacers, you could shoot the ball. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just such a spread out type of offense. It forces those bigs for New York to get out on the perimeter, which sometimes as a big, that can be uncomfortable, even for the most skilled bigs like a Karl Anthony Towns. So that's been tough for Cat. Like, Cat's been having to really buckle down defensively. But yeah, Miles Turner, he's holding his own. You know?
All right, let's bring in Double R and Wags.
Gentlemen, look at you guys in the morning. When the
What's
rooster
up, fellas?
crows.
What you guys got going on?
Oh man, I'm gonna go listen to more administrators talk about the future policies of the SEC, the college football playoff.
You need a nap, Chip? Is that why you're doing it?
Yes. Today, I need to rally because yesterday was a lot, but we'll hand it off to y'all because y'all are raring and ready to go.
Happy to
We'll be
take it,
back
guys.
again tomorrow morning, and then it'll be Bucky and BK back.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to jump on here and chop it up with her a little hoops talk, but
Well,
hit
they
that
can
up tomorrow.
stay. I gotta
stay on a little
run.
bit, man.
Yeah, hang around.
I'll hang
So-
around.
so
with
Chip-
y'all.
Later, Chip. Be good, bud.
Chip,
know
I
you're
got to
busy,
ask
buddy.
you. Oh, shit. I was going to ask him. So has he found a pool in the cocktails yet? My man Chip Brown over there. Well, you're not
He
there.
has, man.
You know he has. That's where he's
Oh,
going
he
now.
has.
I'm sure that's where he's going now.
Zay,
man,
I
Zay
heard
Collier.
your all's crosstalk a little bit. We kind of talked a little bit about Tyrese Halliburton, just his efficiency playing with Carlisle and the crew there, man. You hit it right on the head. 0 effing turnovers again from this guy. It's hard to beat a team when they play clean, right? And also it's hard to not only when they're playing clean, but also forcing you to turn the ball over as many times as you do. Usually a Tibbs team plays pretty clean, but Carlisle's got these, and it's what you said just a couple of minutes ago, team basketball. It's like Carlisle is sometimes he's hitting 9 guys. You know what I mean? Sometimes he's playing 9 guys on the floor. Tibbs ain't doing that, buddy. It's just Josh Hart all damn day.
Yeah, it seems like it's like pulling teeth for Tom Thibodeau to play 9 guys. Like, he looked uncomfortable having to play Landry Shamed and Princess Achua and guys that just haven't seen much playing time in the playoffs because that's just not his style. He has the guys that he trusts, and it's not many on that New York Knicks squad. And you're right, Wags. Like, Carlisle, he trusts those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Nesmith, he's been a big X factor for the Indiana Pacers. He's making life rough for Jalen Brunson.
You give people breathing room, and look what happens.
Yeah. Like, Aaron Nesmith's been really good. He won them that game 1 victory and that comeback victory. Like, he's been terrific. I think Nembhard's a really good defender. TJ McConnell is tough as nails.
You're getting him off the bench.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Zay, we've talked about it on this show when it comes to the Knicks. We're like, okay, who's number 3? Who's number 4? If we're trying to figure that part out, then when you get to 5, 6, 7, you ain't got them because they're not playing during the season. And that really is that is the right call, that they're not ready. They are not ready.
Yeah. And, the main 6 guys for New York are solid. If this was a game of you're only allowed to play 6 players, the 5 you got on the court and 1 reserve, then the Knicks probably be champions because they have a really good 6. And Karl Anthony Towns, Mitchell Robinson, Josh Hart, Bridges, Brunson, and who am I missing? I'm missing somebody, but OG Anunoby. They got a really good 6, really good 6 that you feel good in. But those guys are dog tired at this point of the season.
And you don't have Jimmy Butler coming off the bench or coming out of the tunnel, buddy. Jimmy Butler can't give you Josh Hart minutes anymore.
Right. Mm-hmm. So it's tough. And I want the Knicks to have success. Like, New York, it's a fun place to be when they're winning.
Do you think the league's better when the Knicks are up?
For sure.
Yeah, the market. I mean, it just draws more. I think the thing that I saw last night was, with the Knicks, with Halliburton, with what he did last night, the Knicks as a team had 2 more assists than he did.
Yeah.
Than he did. Unbelievable, man. This dude. Hey, it's because Triple H was back in the building. Daddy was up in the
and
thing.
I love Brunson's game too. I do, but when you're that ball dominant, you have to be a facilitator as well, because it just unlocks the rest of the team, right? It unlocks everybody else's bag. It's how I was talking about with Anthony Edwards, right? If Anthony Edwards is going to settle for 7 threes and go 1 for 7, 8, each game, that should give Chris Finch a heart attack, honestly. Like, you are the most athletic person in the league. Play downhill, attack the rim, allow Rudy Gobert to get into his game, and allow Julius Randle to eat, because that's what happens when you play downhill, right? You open everything else up. And then space, they can't fill gaps because there's too much space on the damn floor, and everybody's hitting shots then. It all drives off of one thing, and it's being aggressive and attacking from the point guard, man. You have to have that.
After I say this, I'm going to let you guys get going on the show.
I appreciate you sticking around, man. It's good.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate you guys, man. Double R Wags. Y'all always have a special place in my heart. But as far as Anthony Edwards goes, like, probably a big comparison to his game a lot of the time is Dwayne Wade. Mm-hmm. And if you go back to that 06 season where Dwayne Wade led Miami Heat to the NBA championship, I know a lot of Mavs fans say that finals was fixed, but, whatever. That's a different story for a different day.
I was a Wizards fan back then. I'm still a Wizards fan.
Jeez.
Yeah, hey, man, it's been
that's rough. But D Wade never settled. Yeah. Never. Dwayne Wade was
bring it back out and come back in.
Man. It was just pressure in the paint. Every chance he got, he was getting in the lane. And Edwards, he does settle sometimes, and sometimes he's just immature about the way he goes about the game. You know what I'm saying? That he's going to have to learn. He's only 23 years old.
That's a good point. He's still learning. Right.
And D Wade was 24 during that time where he won the championship. And it was a different game back then. They had Shaq, who, got a lot of double teams.
Let me tell you something, little fella.
Yeah, Rudy Gobert, he ain't going to bring those double teams in there. So, when you have Gobert in, it gets a little clogged. And if Naz Reid and DiVincenzo and Alexander Walker and McDaniels, if they're not knocking down the outside shot, that's going to be even more clogged for Anthony Edwards. Yep. You need those guys to shoot the ball well. And, Alexander Walker and DiVincenzo had good games the other night, but
that's an anomaly though, right?
Edwards has to be better, man. You can't have 16 points, 5 turnovers, and 6 assists. Like, that's not going to work. Your team needs more from you, and you got to go out emptying the clip. Like, that's how you have to go out.
You got nothing left.
You got nothing to lose. Oklahoma City's really good though.
Well, and Zay,
defense, right? We've been talking about that.
That's what I wanted to ask you, Zay. Aren't we watching here? I mean, we knew Oklahoma City was this good, but aren't we watching this team just as the playoffs have gone? They've just really morphed and exposed every damn flaw that we're talking about here with Minnesota. This has been really fun to watch. A damn good team. We're watching them get really, really damn good right now.
Yeah, I didn't expect it. Like, I know they were good during the regular season, but like I tell Chip all the time, like, the regular season and the playoffs, 2 completely different games. And you got to be able to adjust to it. Well, last year, Oklahoma City didn't adjust to the playoff style very well when they played against the Mavs. And the Mavs had a good team with Luka and Kyrie. It's no crazy that they traded all that, but we know how that went. And here you are this season. You pick up Harkenstein. You pick up my favorite Aggie, which says a lot. I kind of threw up in my mouth a little bit having to say that. My favorite Aggie, Alex Caruso.
It's okay to have it.
It's okay, right? Okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to break out in hives or anything. But Alex Caruso,
he's turned it on, man. He's turned it on.
So freaking good.
He is, man.
You gotta think that has to come with playing with LeBron, right? Like LeBron demands a lot of you, but he gets you there. You know what I mean?
I think it helps. I think when you play with Bron, then you see
just seeing a different type of mindset.
Right. The mindset that he has, you implement that in your game just because this is arguably the greatest of all time. Why wouldn't you take things?
Right. You're not going to catch up on his physique and his athleticism, right? But what separates LeBron from everybody else is his acumen. Like he is so fucking, excuse me, he's so smart. He's just so great with the game, man.
Yeah. So,
and he's imposing. I mean, that's a dude where if you're playing with him, it's like you are going to take yourself to the best level that you can. I mean, whether you like him or not. I mean, that's just what he is.
Yeah. Check
Reeves too. He's doing it for Reeves out there in LA.
For sure.
Reeves. He's getting Austin Reeves up to his game. No, I'm not trying to take anything away from Reeves' potential, but still, like playing with LeBron.
No, if I'm a white boy coming into the NBA, I want to play with Bron.
100%.
He's going.
That's your pass. That's your pass.
Yep, absolutely.
Fellas, I appreciate
that's your stamp. Put a stamp on it. I got LeBron's approval. We're going, baby.
That's the ultimate right call. If you're a white boy coming into the league, you want to play with LeBron.
Get the stamp of approval. Hey, Zay, thanks for sticking around, man. Thanks for chopping it up.
Appreciate you guys, man.
Later,
Double R, what's good, buddy?
Hi, buddy. Do you enjoy the storms? Man.
It's the dogs didn't. I mean, I don't mind it. I opened the windows up and let it roll and kind of let it put me to sleep a little bit. But the dogs, they start, going crazy and they hide in the closet. Except for Rocky was kind of up on the lap last night too. That was kind of wild. Usually they go, or Bianca goes into the damn closet, but Rocky nestled right on up, man.
Oh man, it was.
Well, he's under the desk right now too. But Bianca, you can see Bianca on the couch.
This morning with the thunder and lightning and all that, I went into the McCall Custom Homes renovated bathroom in the water closet over there where you take a poop, and I'm sitting there, reading Twitter as what you do when you're taking a poop, and then I hear scratches on the door, and it's my little puppy. She's like, "Let me in." So I knew it was a bad thing when you get that happen.
And welcome into Chaos Theory, everybody.
We're here.
We haven't given you all your customs and courtesies yet this morning, but you can follow us on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter brand X. At the Wagner Wire on InstaFace, and my partner in crime is at the Rodney R on X, and then also the _ Rodney R on InstaFace. But anyhow, before we even get into this. Usually my dog runs, out of and goes into your little water closet, like you say.
Yeah.
I guess is
that what that's called?
It's a walk. No, I don't know what the hell it's called. It's a walk-in closet. I call it the shitter. Yeah, it's a walk-in closet, right? In our master bathroom. Now I got the bigger closet somehow.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Freakishly, I have more shoes than my wife.
What?
I'm a shoe collector. I'm a sock collector too. It's a little weird. Like I got all the Marvel. No, I don't collect baseball caps. I collect socks. I got a drawer dedicated to all my socks, just for socks itself. Marvel socks, Gundam socks. I mean, I'm a nerd, man. We've established this, right? But also, I like to have a closet full of shoes. So, Jordan, I used to collect Jordans back in the day. You guys know that listen to the Wagner Wire, but it's embarrassing. We have stopped, but I just purchased I needed some gray shoes for graduation, like casual stuff, right? Yeah. Also, coincidentally, I needed some golf shoes too. So
I just got some of those too.
Went out and bought the Nike Golf Jordans because they look like you can wear them while you're not playing on the golf course too. Mm-hmm. So wanted to make a daily dose of it. But anyways, man, how are you, good sir? You good?
I'm good, man. I'm good. And speaking of the golf shoes, I didn't know because I hadn't had a pair of golf shoes in a long time because I did a purge in my closet. Well, we share a closet. I did a purge in there a while back because as we talk about all the time, Wags, I never go anywhere. And so I went in a while back, kind of when the job stuff and all of that came about, and went through my closet, and the stuff that I had that was still dressier that you would wear to a more, to an event to get out of the house. It was like very old. So I got rid of all that shit. So now I don't have a lot of clothes, and I have about 6 pair of shoes now, including the golf shoes. I didn't know now. I mean, the golf shoes, man, those things you can wear them out. You go walk around the neighborhood and all that.
Mine don't have spikes.
Mine don't either.
Right.
Mine don't either.
So yeah. the ones that I used to have before had the little gray spikes that would come down to help you, I guess, turn and pivot off the turf. But
Yeah.
now you can see where
They sent them
made for turf shoes, right?
Yeah.
For small turf shoes. But yeah, I don't dig in. No spikes needed. And they look good. They're gray. They go with all my outfits. They go with I can wear them with my shorts, which is what I was looking for, because I took a picture. We went to dinner the other day, right? And a picture was taken of myself and my family, and I didn't mind the picture, except I was wearing some really awful shoes. Like they were obsidian, like skateboarding shoes from back in the day, because I didn't have a pair of gray shoes. Out of all the damn shoes that I have, I didn't have a pair of gray shoes that could go with my outfit. And it bugged the hell out of me. So I had to go out the next day and get some shoes. But anyways, that's usually I don't splurge like that. I had, it was graduation, I was feeling good, jubilant, so we made the purchase.
Hey, that's all right, man. It's okay to spend a little money on yourself every now and then.
It is. What up, LB? Yeah, not a bad finals. We said so ourselves. We like a Pacers Thunder matchup if that's the deal. It's going to suck for the NBA for marketing, right? But
yeah,
I mean, of course, you want that New York market in there.
Of course.
But give me Oklahoma City and give me Indiana.
I just think that's good basketball.
They're the best teams right now, man.
Wags, right quick. Speaking of pictures, so you and I were kind of joking yesterday about this. So this is our Twitter. This is our Twitter promo right now.
Why did you pull that up? That is awful.
Well, because I want so you
who let me go out of the house with that hair? Holy shit!
And that's me. That was like when I was doing a race car event one time. I think
that's like 20 pounds ago, buddy.
No,
that's 20. We have lost some weight since then.
Yeah, well,
you know what? That's it's good to every now and then to see shit like this. It's motivation.
Oh, dude, when I first
retweeted it, you sicko.
My other job, dude, the picture that I took for them, I look at that and I'm like, holy shit, who is that guy? Who's that fat ass? But so what we're asking here, I think Wags and I, we need to go to one of these parks out here in beautiful Round Rock, Texas, and West.
Why did you bring that up? That's a behind the scenes. That's a personal thing for me.
Well, but we need somebody to get us some high quality photos, Wags.
We have that already.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Disregard that did not happen. That absolutely did not happen. And I just got a haircut yesterday, but today's not a good day to do it. It's cloudy and so forth.
Off the cuff doesn't work with you. Stick to the script, buddy.
Well, and the whole thing is, because truth be told, when you took that picture, that was when TSU first started. When that photo shoot was done, I was out of town. I was at a racing thing, so I couldn't be there for that. So there's not like a picture of us together. So yeah, we need to get that done.
We do. We absolutely do. What's up, Beaver Lance, Jason? We see everybody in there. Thank you guys for making fun of our pictures. We appreciate it. All right, where do you want to go first, partner?
Continuing that NBA conversation right there. I mean, Tyrese Halliburton, to me, I was watching some stuff this morning to where it's like, is this dude a superstar or whatever? Well, yeah, he's a damn. I think
he's arrived, right? And of course, you can go back to his stint in the Olympics where he didn't really play at all, and he credits that as to a lot of motivation on getting his game up to par. Like you could clearly argue that he was a B tier, right? But I think now, like, especially after these past, because he did it last postseason too, right? He showed up in the postseason as well, which got him a little bit more, I guess, attributes or a little bit more gloss on the name there. But I mean, after this tournament, I think it's safe to say that he's a Class A tier, right? Like he might not be one of one or in the top 5, but I think he's if you need to name a first team NBA, like you can start to put Tyrese Halliburton on that squad, right?
Yeah, and I'm here to tell you with the finals that we are going to have, because it's pretty damn evident right now who it's going to be. Like we're talking about with this is what TV doesn't want and so forth and so on because of the markets. But I think if I'm ABC or ESPN or Disney, whatever, I am taking full charge right here and showcasing Halliburton and SGA, because what you have with these two guys, that this is the NBA right now. These are the guys. These are the guys that are dominating right now. You take this and you put it down everybody's throat because this is going to be good basketball.
You know
essentially,
why?
when I'm watching Sports Wags, that's what I want. I want a good contest. I don't
What
give a shit
about
where they're from.
what is it about Tyrese Halliburton that you have grown to love? And I will say my answer is probably the same thing of SGA, because I didn't appreciate SGA last year, but after watching this year and after watching Halliburton in this tournament, they kind of play pretty similar. But what would you say? What is his number one asset that he brings to the Pacer? Or no, not even that. What does he do that you love so much?
Honestly, for me, it's a combination of just the entire game. He's clean. We talk about no turnovers last night. He's clean, assists, and points. He does all of that. Where a lot of times you get these guys to where it's like, give me the ball. I want to shoot the ball. I want to be the facilitator. I want to score. And they have 2 assists. But this dude is constantly across the board. You look at his box score, Wags, and it's clean, and it's a lot of times double digits in everything. It's just a complete basketball player.
Okay.
And that's what he's doing for that team. And he does it all the time. All the time.
Consistently, absolutely. Yeah. So for me,
absolutely.
You kind of talked a little bit about it there, but he not only the clean stuff, but the efficiency with the basketball that he works in Carlisle's system, but also it's team basketball.
Absolutely.
Right. It's what we're seeing with SGA too. Like, it might not be pretty, right, or it might not be, flashy, but it's efficient. It works. Does SGA live on the line? Sure. Does he care? Not a damn bit. Why? Because his team's winning. All right. He also, puts up numbers in the damn assist category too, right? He gets his players involved. He gets his teammates to the line. He gets the other team in foul trouble. It's exactly what Tyrese Halliburton is doing. We have become so, I guess, spoiled in watching top athletes try and play and be at a superstar level, like Luka, right? Like, like we know that, if Luka gets his 40, usually that team's going to win, right? But also, you're getting everybody else involved. Like, Halliburton doesn't need to score 40. Halliburton can score 20, and then, everybody else can piece it up with like 20, 15, and sprinkle a little bit of 10 on there, right? But what is everybody else doing? They're getting involved, and they're making plays, they're cutting to the basket, they're getting rebounds. It's usually all infused by Tyrese Halliburton's game, and that's what a point guard's supposed to do, right? That's what the facilitator is supposed to do. Sure, you're going to be ball dominant, you're going to take some shots when you're open, but also you're going to get the defense on their heels, and you're going to get open shots and more space on the floor for your teammates. That's what Halliburton and SGA is doing. That's what, and you're seeing the failure for Minnesota because Anthony Edwards is not doing that, and not to bring it back to Anthony Edwards and slight his game, but it's just the difference, right? I don't want to say that Anthony Edwards is playing me ball because it doesn't feel like me ball at times, but when you're, he's trying to force it a little bit, the turnovers are up, and usually that doesn't mean you're acquiescing to the open man.
Yeah. And what is really cool to me about what we're going to have in the finals with both of these teams, being a Spurs fan, and we've talked about this in the past, to where both of these it kind of has that Spurs feel. They're not going to overwhelm you. They're not going to dazzle you with flash and all of these different things. But what they're going to do is they're going to have swarming defense when they need to have it. We say role players. I like to think of that more as contributors that are doing different things during the series, during the game, and contributors. I mean, the contributors, it's not solely, you have the facilitator, but on any given day, somebody is going to step up and take that role. And that's what San Antonio did, to where, they slowed it down. They did whatever you want to call it. It was boring basketball or whatever. It's fundamental basketball. And that's what we're seeing with both of these teams. And that's why I'm looking forward to these finals, because these two, it's going to feel like the Spurs playing each other to me.
Like McConnell and Toppin gave you 20 minutes or 19 and 18. So basically almost 20 minutes. Like that's not just a breather, right? Like that's decent minutes. Like that is the minimum of what you look at when you're playing like daily fantasy sports, right? Because it's called oh God, what do they call it? What's the actual term in DFS NBA. It's opportunity, but I forget what the terminology is in daily fantasy sports. But it's output, it's opportunity, right? As long as you have at least 20 minutes, you have a chance to accumulate, points in data and stats. You're not just getting a breather, or you're not just giving somebody a breather. You have a chance to actually make money for your team, or make money for you, right? When you get these contributions of 20, 18, 15, you're also you're going deep into their bench, where you probably got the advantage, because the opposition hasn't been doing that at all year long. In fact, you're seeing 2 minutes, 9 minutes, and 11 minutes. It's not really adding up for New York there. When Tibbs has to go to the bench, he got smoked, man. Zay kind of mentioned and talked a little bit about that with Chip, so I won't beat up too much on that. But it's just like what we've been seeing with Carlisle, man. Good team basketball unlocked by Halliburton's play, and I think Indiana's got the means to hold up with Oklahoma City, but I still think Oklahoma City's the better team.
Yeah, and I have to tell you that I really did think that with this Indiana-New York series, that it was going to be the slugfest of back and forth. I mean, I really thought that it was going to go 7, but Indiana has just done a great job of exposing all of the problems that we talked about that New York could have. And so much of that is Rick Carlisle, to where the depth is not there. It's not they weren't ready for this. I mean, the Knicks weren't ready for what Indiana's bringing to them. And it's been really cool to watch Indiana, because both of these, like I was talking about Oklahoma City, they've both just gotten better as we've gone here. And we're seeing lots of different options. And I think that once we get to the finals, man, this could be the slugfest we're looking for. And I got to tell you, I'm glad in a way.
Telling me.
Here's what I'm going to tell you. I'm glad that we don't have LeBron, Steph. I mean, these guys. I'm glad that it's the new NBA, brother. It is the new NBA. I don't give a shit if it's Indiana and Oklahoma City. Okay. I don't care where they're from, dude. I don't care where they're from. New NBA.
I don't either. It doesn't matter to me where they're from either. I just want good basketball.
Yeah, they could be from Maxwell, Texas. It could be Maxwell taking on, I don't know. You pick one of another Texas small town. Just give me good basketball.
Okay. Where do you want to go next, bud?
You know where we need to go? We need to go out to beautiful Bee Cave and talk about our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, there is absolutely one place to go. And of course, it is Covert Bee Cave. Hey, what changed in here? This changed up a little bit. Our friends at Covert Bee Cave, you've got 7 great OEMs that you have out there, 3 different dealerships nestled out in 42 acres in beautiful Bee Cave. Go and find that vehicle. Check it out at covertbeecave.com. You can jump there online. Weekly specials that are going on at Covert Bee Cave. Find what you're looking for. Call them. Make sure that vehicle is sitting in their inventory somewhere. Then make that casual, beautiful drive out that way, and you will get hooked up. And it's not only the service, it's the service after the sale. All of that post-sale when it comes to maintenance and so forth. Covert Bee Cave will hook you up right there, because they have all of that right there on premises and ready to do it for you. It's Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Check them out today. Our great friends at Covert Bee Cave.
All right. I mean, when you want to talk about McCall as well, usually you throw McCall in there.
Yeah, how about McCall Custom Homes? I was just talking about my water closet over there. Is that view there throwing you off? I was trying to find that commercial.
What view? What are you talking about?
I was looking for a commercial, and it's
Oh, hold on. Let me.
Something changed. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. That is your spot to go if you're looking for a home renovation, whether you want to add to that outdoor space that I was talking about for the summertime stuff. As we get, we've got a couple of days of cool that are coming up. You might want to enjoy this, because it's going to get hot, and it's going to stay hot around here. And lots of people are going to be doing patio things. If you're like my man Wags, you're exploring different things to do in your outdoor space with pools and so forth. You bring in McCall Custom Homes to help you with that outdoor patio and different landscaping items, not grass and so forth, but different things that you want built out there. The bathroom renovation that we did here, a kitchen renovation. If you're looking for a new build, you've outgrown the home that you're in right now. But I will tell you, kind of with everything going on in the home market, add value to your home, because that's what McCall Custom Homes does for you. They build value into your home. Keep the one that you have right now. Keep upgrading it. Bring in McCall Custom Homes. They will do that for you. Free estimates right now for Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners, 512-633-9580. Get a hold of our man, Mike. He'll come in and do that for you and give you his ideas and take your input and come up with the ultimate plan for that home renovation. It's McCall Custom Homes, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Over 40 years right here. Local. Check them out. McCall.
Shut up, bitch.
Is that what you were looking for?
No, I'm going. I was trying to find the commercial.
What are you babbling about? What are you talking about?
I'm going to send you a screenshot when we're done here because
Okay.
mine was just labels, and I don't know what this is.
Yeah, there's labels down at the top, or down at the top. There's labels at the bottom.
Mine don't have that.
You don't have the pictures?
I've got the pictures, but I guess I can't see them. I mean, I see like this.
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me?
You don't see the cover? You don't see the cover commercials right above that? 30-second spot, 20-second spot, or excuse me, a minute spot and then 30-second? Come on, man.
Oh, I got to change the setting. A setting got moved on this damn thing. Okay, well, we got
We're
it
a bunch
covered.
of pros here.
We got it covered. This is a live read for them, so then they're like, okay, that's even better.
Oh, double R. Did you have your coffee this morning, good sir?
No, I haven't.
You said you were a little flustered. You had some meetings or whatever this
God,
morning.
that was an hour phone call. It's like an hour phone call of a lot of getting bitched out. So not in the best mood, my man. Just not in the best mood. So my apologies. I'll be brisk and clean tomorrow.
Oh, you're good, man. You're fine, dude. Did you see any hockey last night?
I told you the Stars would win 2-0, right?
That's not what happened.
That's not what happened. That is
no. I called a 4-2 victory. One guy that I mentioned, Robo, got on the score sheet there, but man, it's tough, dude. And Nugent Hopkins is starting to come alive, man. His division is starting to get there, and Corey Perry, still in the league? Get out of here! I hated you when you were on the Ducks. I hate you now.
I was, of course, I'm newer to hockey as we go right here. I was going to text you last night and say, who's Corey Perry? And then I'm like, wait a minute. So I started doing,
He's usually an irrelevant villain. But sometimes he can come back and bite you in the ass. And he was one of them. He was one of them last night. So
how old is that dude?
He's 40. 40. I think he's 40. He's 40. Anyways, he's just an absolute ass. Like, you talk about, players that you hate. Marchand's one of them. Corey Perry would be another. He's just one of those guys that just get on your damn nerves.
Oh man. Yeah. I'll tell you, that was, you had a couple of empty netters there or whatever, but the same thing, Wags, you get into the 5-on-5 and Dallas struggle there.
I gotta clean something. My dog just threw up, buddy. I'm sorry to do that. Can you do a commercial real quick? I'm very sorry.
No,
right underneath my feet, and I can't.
I'll just roll on right here. The 5-on-5, definitely they struggle once again for the Dallas Stars. As Wags and I were talking about that yesterday, and once again with a first period start that I thought looked pretty promising and optimistic there for Dallas. You actually had shots. You had shots there in the first quarter or first period. And that's where I thought that this game was not going to take the path that it took right there at the end of that. And just not what you're looking for if you're a Dallas Stars fan. And now you're down 3-0. And this is a great, call right here by Delgado, something that we talked about that I mentioned a couple of days ago, to where with Skinner, you can beat up on this dude all that you want, when it comes to different times right here. But with all of the shots that Dallas was being afforded the opportunity to be taken at that point, it was still Skinner stopping everything in that first period that didn't allow, I think it was 16 shots there that I saw in the first quarter that you had from Dallas, and Skinner making all the stops. And Edmonton seems to have all the answers right now when it comes to this. I'm not going to Katie bar the door here on Dallas, but I really did think yesterday when I said a 2-0, I think that you would have a response. And the start that we had, from the Stars was pretty much echoing everything that I thought I was going to see, but then that was just stopped. that was done. And ultimately, well, Dallas falls. I mean, 4-1 there, and then now a 3-1 deficit, which is going to be a really huge hill to climb. And again, this is a lot of what we saw last year, because it goes back to that 5-on-5 play is where the Stars are struggling. And I think that now, looking back at this is ultimately what's going to cost them the series at this point. So I don't know, the bounce back is what you're waiting for at this point. Like I said, I seriously thought that was going to come last night. I truly thought that it was going to be imperative for Dallas to win in Canada last night. I think if Dallas did not win that game last night, that the series was definitely going to be over. But I really am feeling that now, and that there's that right there, because that's been the thing with Skinner, to where it's like Skinner, say this whatever you want to say about Skinner Wags, but it's like he turns into, when you want to talk about a dude between the goal right there, a dude between the sticks. This is when he seems to answer the bell, and it's against Dallas each and every time. So we're seeing it live in front of our own eyes right here. But I think that's going to be the difference in the series right here. I mean, 1 goal or fewer in the postseason. So 28 to 29 saves. Really hard to say that Stuart Skinner hasn't been a really pivotal factor here for Edmonton, as they now have a very commanding 3-1 lead over the Dallas Stars in the Western Conference Final.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Great synopsis, man. Right underneath the table.
See, I'm learning hockey, dude. I'm learning hockey.
Right underneath the table. And yeah, you're perfect. Right on point. Skinner showing up. Always shows up when he plays the Stars. Basically a mid goalie, until he gets activated for the Stars, and then he's on fire. He's on top of his head. Dude puked right underneath the table.
Oh, that's not good. So
not good at all.
The other thing that and a lot of this is on Edmonton. A lot of this is on Edmonton's defense, and the 5-on-5 that I keep talking about is, coming into the series.
Apologies for everybody watching and listening. That's just something I couldn't let go. It was right underneath that has to get picked up.
That's horrible. Yeah, you have carpet in there.
Yeah,
because then it seeps through the carpet.
Right. Yeah, and you gotta scoop it up first so it doesn't get into fabric, and then you got to put the damn Resolve on it immediately, or you're done.
I started realizing how bad my studio smelled when my wife. I'm a candle guy. I love candles. So
that just covers up the smell, dude.
Yeah, the wife brings in candles. She's like, "Here's a new candle for your studio."
No, you got to clean it, man. That just covers up the smell.
Yeah, that's right. Mikko has been shut down. He hasn't scored in this series, has he? I don't even think he scored in this.
Rantanen, no. Look, he got hot for a while, and he was kind of cold before he got hot, and he's gonna he'll get hot again, man.
You better hurry,
guys. You gotta again. I know you gotta have the faith.
Fucking hurry.
You gotta have the faith. It's not over. Jake likes to think it's doomsday, but it's not. All right. As long as there's air in the lungs, you still got life.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, man. It's like I don't really see how you're going to answer right here. So I guess the series will shift now.
Well, you got to get on. You got to get on special. You got to get on special teams more. Like you saw what happened when you were on the power play.
Yeah.
Good things come to life here. Robo was able to get on the score sheet. Get on the advantage a little bit more, and then maybe things can happen. As long as you can keep pressure. But here's the thing. Edmonton's so good offensively too that they're usually making you struggle while they're in your while in their offensive zone. You know what I mean? Like we talked about what stats and what usually translates into wins and victories. Sure, it's shots, right? But shots don't come unless you're dominating in the zone, and that's usually what Edmonton does to you, man. They're so good offensively that you have to just play back. And I'm trying to remember what the Stars did last year. I know the Stars took advantage. They were great on special teams. That's what I can remember from the series last year. And that's not like rocket science hockey, double R. When you're a man up and not playing full strength, usually you're going to put one in the back of the net.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what I'd like to see Dallas do, can you score first? I mean, kind of put yourself in position here. I mean, I know that doesn't necessarily, we talked about yesterday, 2-goal leads and 3-goal leads. Dallas, score first. Put yourself in command is what I want to see.
Put the pressure on Edmonton, 100%.
Exactly.
Guys, that wasn't me. That was my dog. My dog threw up. I was cleaning it up. So I was having a reaction to my
Wags
dog.
didn't take a shit on live radio.
Right.
that's not, if one of us is going to take a shit on live radio, it's probably going to be me, because I will shit on command. Wags doesn't take a crap in a public bathroom somehow. Yeah. So if somebody's going to shit on here live, it's going to be me. That's what's going to happen here. But
Jake, you got to be nicer to my friend Mr. Bayless here, because you're tearing yourselves up. You're tearing yourselves up.
Yeah,
right.
I don't. Look, I'm so reactionary when it comes to hockey, because, like I said,
no, it's good. I mean, you're kind of just getting into it. It's like the romantic. It's the honeymoon era for you.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
But I truly do believe
your passion's there. It's kind of like the 20-year anniversary or the 20-year reunion.
7-year itch
for me. No, we're past the 7-year itch. We got past the 7-year itch when the Caps won it in 18. So
yeah, there you go. But
we're all right.
Yeah. And Dallas Cowboys 29, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5-year itch, whatever it is. That's full. The Dallas Cowboys, it's full up hemorrhoids, man. It's full up herpes. That ain't no itch. What you have if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan.
Hey, speaking of NFL, we got I guess an NFL hypothetical, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is still no mention of Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh. Now, when it's all said and done with, I think that's what's going to happen. I think Aaron Rodgers just doesn't want to show up to OTAs. He wants to go drink his ayahuasca and, do whatever he needs to do. Tomlin's ready to move on and go with God, who's the dude that just got drafted? I'm sorry, my memory's foggy.
No, they got the backups over there. They got Mason Rudolph.
No. Who's the kid that they just drafted from Ohio State? Will, thank you.
Shit,
that guy.
We talk about him all the time.
That guy.
National championship winning quarterback. National championship winning quarterback.
Let's just say Will Greer, but it's not Will Greer.
No. Unfortunately, he's with my Cowboys. That's my third string quarterback.
Will Howard, thank you very much.
Will Howard. Will Howard.
So they got Will Howard getting ready to take the damn helm, right? But also there's a hypothetical that could be thrown out there. Kirk Cousins makes a career off of landing in a team's lap that is just in dire needs of a quarterback, right? Or a veteran presence quarterback. What would the return be that you would have to give for Kirk Cousins to end up in Pittsburgh?
I think that's so much a situation to where Atlanta would work pretty cheap on that. I bet you could get maybe a fourth,
right?
They don't want to pay him,
right?
Yeah.
Would you give a fourth for that?
I would definitely give a fourth.
Could you turn that fourth into a third if you're Pittsburgh?
Absolutely, and I think you bring in. Because you bring him in, Kirk Cousins, that's a better dude to groom Will Howard if that's going to be your plan moving forward. And I think he's a much better locker room guy. I mean, just with all the distractions with Aaron Rodgers.
Will Howard's got a ton more mobility than Kirk Cousins ever did. I think they're two different styles. Like I think Will Howard's a pro style player, but he's got a lot more wheels. I mean, remember his days from Kansas State? Like the dude can run. He was running the RPO with dudes.
Absolutely.
So again, like I think that's in his bag as well. There's a good my point to this is if there's not a move made, there is a really good chance that Will Howard could be the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers over Mason Rudolph.
Yeah.
Mason Rudolph might start the first couple of games, right?
Yeah.
Might start that. But then, hey, we just found the next Tom Brady. And don't shoot me with I'm not saying that's what is happening, but that might be the notion that Tomlin has here is, hey man, did we find a diamond in the rough? Did we get the steal of the draft?
Well,
no pun intended.
And if you think about that, Wags, I mean, why does it not work out for a lot of these young quarterbacks when they get into the league? Because they're put in really bad situations. That's not a bad situation.
Good situation though. Like Pittsburgh's in one of the toughest divisions in the league.
Yeah, but it's better than like Tennessee. I mean, it's better than.
Oh, well, no, you're right.
Yeah, you've got some pieces. I mean, you have Terry Bradshaw yesterday. I mean, Terry Bradshaw's off the rails sometimes with some of the stuff he said.
What did Terry Bradshaw's do something on Rodgers?
Terry Bradshaw talking about Aaron Rodgers. He said it was a joke. He said that guy needs to go to California, go somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the gods out there. So that's Terry Bradshaw's thought.
Terry Bradshaw sounds like he's whispering to the gods.
Terry Bradshaw, a lot of times it's like, I don't know what he's doing right there, but I really think that it should be where at this point, the Steelers, for their organization, for their team, they need to start moving forward right here. It's very weird to me that the Steelers organization, as fundamentally sound as they have been for all these years, that they're being held captive by this wacko.
So you think they're moving backwards if they go with Aaron Rodgers? I mean, I don't think they're necessarily going in reverse, but I agree with you. I don't think they're moving forward. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is that type of quarterback anymore.
Aaron Rodgers is just at a point because last year he was good. I mean, he was good with the Jets at one point.
And like the
distractions.
Don't let the last remnants of Rodgers fool you. Like try and remember the entire year. He was awful. Double R.
Yeah.
He was
no, and I think it really is with Kirk Cousins. I mean, the dude's had a lot of time to get himself well, and look, everywhere that he's gone. I mean, we can talk about with the money and how much money he's made with the contracts. Look, good for him. He's got a great agent. I mean, that's what I got to say to him. That's if I was famous, I would want an agent like that.
I thought Sam Bradshaw's agent was number one until this guy came along.
Dude, this guy's unbelievable. But look, Kirk Cousins is gone, and he has made teams
not
better.
Bradshaw, Sam Bradford.
Bradford, yeah. But this guy is gone, and he's made teams better where he's been. I mean, it's not sustained, but he's made teams better. So I think that I would much rather have Kirk Cousins grooming Will Howard than Aaron Rodgers. Come on, man. Aaron Rodgers is about him. I mean, look when everything happened in Atlanta, look how well Kirk Cousins handled everything with Michael Penix. You know, with the utmost, as well as you can handle it as a professional.
Double R, when you're getting that much money, it don't fucking matter.
Well, that's
he's just happy to collect the check. That's
and
as long as he's on the team and not getting cut, he's getting that money.
That's the thing. And I think that's, I mean, it goes without saying that part to where it's like I think that he can be fundamentally good for Pittsburgh. Start it out. Do the same thing he did in Atlanta. Just don't get hurt. I mean, you start out, try to get this franchise back on track, and then you turn it over eventually to Will Howard. If Will Howard is the answer.
It's looking like that at this point.
I mean, it seems like it. I mean, it really seems like that's who
the
it is.
game's going to get complete, absolute. Team speed and game speed is out the window from college to pros. Like it's just it's a leap and a jump, right? I think Will Howard will struggle at first, but again, I think he's seen enough offenses and has had success in different types of offenses to where he can probably fit right in and adjust off. Not so much off the fly. He's going to have his rookie struggles, but again, it's like we were kind of just talking about. He's in a lot better situation than he would be at Tennessee.
Oh yeah,
I'm not going to sit here and say that he's the next Jaden Daniels because he's not. Right.
Well, and that's where it's so different now for quarterbacks coming into the NFL to where in the past, because to me, Will Howard, great pocket passer. Quinn Ewers, good pocket passer. All these different things that we want to say, where you say a fundamentally good potential NFL quarterback. An NFL quarterback right now, it's so much more than a pocket passer. You have to be mobility. You have to be able to run the spread. You have to be able to do all of that.
I think you're seeing a scarcity and a struggle at the quarterback position because quarterbacks are doing too much gimmick shit in high school and college to where they're running the RPO is great. But what I just said, the game speed increases significantly. It gets so much more faster on the pro level that all those little types of quirks that you tried to exploit don't work in the pros. All right. Like you absolutely have to be able to throw every route. You have to be able to throw a receiver open. You can't just rely on fitting it into a pocket or it's going to get picked off. It just is like it's a carbon copy or a copycat league. Right. And once there's enough game film on you, people are going to react to it. So I think that the play has been down for quite some time at the quarterback position, and now you're starting to see basically the aftermath or the product on display, firsthand now, because that's just it's been down. It's been down for a while.
Yeah, and it's always amazing to me where people talk about maybe the regression of a quarterback in their second year once they're in the NFL, and I think that with Washington, that this will be the one to watch this year to see what happens there, as they have gone around and they have made it a better situation for their quarterback. When people talk about year two, it's exactly what you just mentioned.
That's wild, because usually that's the biggest leap of improvement, though, right?
Well, it is so hingent on that film part that you talked about, because when you come in and you start doing something that defenses aren't accustomed to, there's no way for them to go watch it other than recent stuff. But now when you've got a whole season of what Jaden Daniels just did, you want to tell me that everybody in the NFC East, everybody on that Washington schedule is sitting there breaking down every aspect of his game? The other thing that you can go into is that he has the weapons that they've built it around him.
He's got more weapons now too. So
yeah. So that's going to be really cool to watch. But that is a thing where a lot of coaches say, well, the biggest difference is from game one to game two. I think when it comes to the NFL with these quarterbacks, the difference is from year one to year two, because now they're ready for you. Now they know what you can do, and that's where you have to wrinkle and adjust and do different things. And for these quarterbacks coming into the league to read those defenses, Wags, because those defenses are so fast and the shit is changing all the time. And when we talk about Justin Fields holds the ball too long, you know why he holds the ball too long? Because he's not comfortable reading defenses. And it's a tough job, man. It is a very tough job. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers, forget that dude. Bring in Kirk Cousins, my man. Bring that dude in.
What else we got, amigo?
Take that money. SEC meetings going on right now. And, our man Chip Brown is there, of course, in Destin, Florida. Great kind of breakdown that he had there.
I guess we're going to Destin, Florida here in the next month.
It's a beautiful spot.
Yeah, July. No, I guess it's a month and a half from now. But Katie hit us with it yesterday. She's like, "Hey, we're going to Destin." I'm like, "Are we? You tell me, are we? I don't know."
Yeah, white sandy beach.
I thought she was talking about for SEC media days. I'm just like,
yeah, we need to be on the road right now. That's a long drive. I did that drive.
It can't be that long.
Well,
6 hours.
I don't think it would bother me now.
Well, no, it's 6 hours just to get out of Texas. Probably 12 hours, right?
Yeah, I think it's about 13 to 14 hours. It wouldn't bother me now.
That ain't nothing. Ain't nothing.
When I did it, we did it in a very small compact car. We had a Destin trip planned, and we were going to take the wife's SUV that she had at the time. And of course, the 2 days before that thing breaks down. So we're like, okay, we're taking your car. So we took my little Toyota Camry, and we're all scrunched in there. I mean, it was horrible. I mean, the Louisiana roads are shit.
That is the story that I keep. That's a consistent story.
The Louisiana roads,
terrible roads.
Oh God, dude, that they're so bad. I'm like, where is state money going here? I think they're spending all their money on casinos and shit. Because you drive through Louisiana, and it's like, seriously, man, am I on a gravel road? This is horrible. So yeah, but it's beautiful over there.
What's going on with the SEC here? What are we talking about?
So the SEC, so with these meetings, it does appear, and this is where we use that old word leverage, to where all of the changes that were coming up with the college football playoff. The SEC kind of looking at the conversations yesterday about a 5+11 scenario for the college football playoff, which would be 16 teams, and this would be your 5 highest rated conference champions.
So they're trying to make a super league or
plus 11 at large. Yeah. They and the Big Ten are very much on board right here. And my whole comment to that is to where folks are saying, how can the SEC and the Big Ten try to possess themselves and be in command right here? They hold all the cards. I mean, the good teams, the teams with money, all of that are coming out of those two conferences. So when you're in a smaller conference, you're going to get left out. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of business, right? I mean, it's business, and that's what this is. So it's funny that at one point
do you agree with it? What Sankey's saying?
I do. because I think if you really look at this, I mean, let's look at the 5+11. If that's exactly what you're going to do, I mean, you're going to have the Big Ten and you're going to have the SEC champion, and then whatever highest ranked champions that you're going to have right there. But I would venture to guess that when you go to the next 11, if you're going to do it by the straight up rankings like you're doing everything else now, it's going to be a Big Ten or an SEC team, right?
And this would be a standalone conference, right? Like they're not collapsing or dissolving the SEC. They're just trying to make another.
It would be like what we're doing now. You'd still have the Big 12, and you still have whatever conferences you'd have right there, but everything is based on ranking, which, as I think it should be. Because, that was the thing last year where you had teams that were getting buys because they were a conference champion, but they were ranked 12th or 13th or 14th. I think this just really brings the cream of the crop to the top, whether it's right or wrong.
It does, but it also
takes money to buy a team right now.
I'm curious if this would give you your best teams, right? Because if there's still a ranking involved, then that can still be a little bit biased, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's ultimately the goal. I mean,
because like AP polls, coaches polls, that shit fluctuates and it's biased based on
voters.
What people are voters at the time, right? Now look, usually the eye in the sky doesn't lie. Like we all know what we're watching there, but it's nice to see a mid-major team every now and then be able to field a contender in the playoff here. I honestly. I don't want to change anything yet. Let's let this playoff let's let the new format play out for a couple. Yeah. Like everybody's so big on getting a 16 team format, or that's the whisper, right? Let's let the 12 play out for a couple of seasons. Okay, let's see how this. Maybe we'll start to get the best teams. Now, of course, there was a little bit of a hiccup there between the quarterfinals and the semis, and in my opinion, I thought some people got. I thought Penn State got a very easy cat. Yeah. Like, let's just be honest. So again, some quirks got to be worked out. But before we have knee-jerk reactions and start making decisions, just based off of I don't know. I want to say it's emotions, but it's not. Like Sankey's got a point here. He really does have a point. But I'd still like to see a little bit of this 12-team format play out a little bit until we start changing the rest of the format of the league.
I think the 12-team format as it stands right now, with the kink of straight up seeding, I think changes everything.
And no SEC or no conference championship automatic bids.
Right.
I'm with you.
Exactly.
I can get on board with that.
And it's seeded correctly to where this past year, the teams that were seeded lower, you are seeded as you were ranked. If you're going to have the committee, I think you utilize the committee and do their work, because they do. I mean, we say what we want to say about them. They work very hard to get those to do their job.
Are you on the payroll?
Am I on the payroll?
Yeah.
Wags, the other day,
you're being very nice to the voters.
The other day I was talking about that we needed to get rid of the committee, but it's, look, if this is the way you're going to do it, and because you don't have, like in the NFL, the NHL, the NBA, to where it's like, okay, here's your playoffs, here's how they happen. You have a division champion, you have wild cards, you have all these different things, and that's how you come up with this. If you're going to put it in the hands of people that are empowered to be the committee, they better do their job right. But here's what I like that the SEC is talking about, to where you would have your SEC champion. Well, the two teams in the SEC championship would get the automatic buys, but then you would have play-ins where the 3 would play the 6 that weekend and the 4 would play the 5.
That's all that. So it does eliminate like the mid team, right? But
to me, I think you get the 3 versus the 6 and the 4 versus the 5 playing to get into the tournament. That's March Madness kind of shit.
I like that. It does add a little bit of excitement to it. But here's the thing, too, right? It still and this is all down to voters and stuff. It still relies on those rankings, right? Like, but with the added play-in, you do get a chance to kind of alleviate some of the teams that aren't supposed to be there. Which,
yeah. And
and they get a chance to say, hey, we had a chance to play for something.
Yeah, you got some skin in the game. I mean,
there's some win-win with everything there.
Right. I mean, essentially what you have is you have a playoff before the playoff, where in that
does that dilute conference championship play?
I think ultimately the conference championship is still the thing to do. Do you eliminate the conference?
It has to be there
championship?
because of money, right?
Well, that's the other part of that. I mean, that's why the SEC and the Big Ten want more teams. That's why they want a 16-team league, because that's more revenue for your conference.
100%.
Yeah, and that's why the other conferences are like, well, we're not sure about that idea. The Big 12 has 2 representatives. It's like, well, that's less money for our conference because those conferences are better because they're able to spend more money, and that's where. The other thing, 8 versus 9 conference games for the SEC. I mean, what are you going to do there? Because then you're in jeopardy of eliminating rivalry games. So there's a lot to figure out. You just need to play more games, but that's not the answer. You can't play 18 games like the NFL, I guess.
Yeah. At first I wasn't on board with it. Right. But if that's, again, I'm still not on board with it. I want to see, the new format that we just rolled out. Let this play out a little bit here. 3 years, and then if nothing's fixed or if we don't have a change in the productivity, sure, all right, let's roll another idea out. But how do we know if something's going to work unless we actually try it or get a baseline for something, right?
And that's my thought, that if you do the 12-team playoff that you did last year, I mean, yeah, you had all the components, right? You just missed the matchup.
You missed up on the rankings, I thought. But.
Yeah. You seeded them the wrong way.
Again, it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be,
yeah.
It'll hopefully it'll fix itself. We got anything else on the slate, partner?
Well, and to kind of finish that up, you're still going to have the at-large where whether it's a G5 or whatever it is that's going to get thrown in there, they're going to get boat raced. They're going to get destroyed. That's going to happen. I think you just seed them more accordingly, and I think 12 teams seeded straight up is going to make a great change. I think. Basketball tonight, my man. Western Conference Finals. Well, we've been talking about Minnesota.
It's over.
Yeah.
I mean, even if Minnesota wins tonight, they won't be able to pull it out again. I think they had an anomaly on Saturday night to where they, maybe Oklahoma City was just honestly resting people. And they were resting people and they still scored 100. You know what I mean? So it's to me, and honestly, like that's just not no team scores that many points on Oklahoma City. That's just the tell of the tape for me. I could deduce that they probably, they were trying, but they weren't trying, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think it's said and done after tonight. I think Oklahoma City is the victors here, and then they're just waiting to take on Mr. Triple Double himself, Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah, there it is right there, man. I think our NBA finals are set. Anybody that doesn't want to
I think not like Hallie's out here getting triple doubles left and right. He just to have one in game 4. Pretty solid, man.
No, he's overrated, right? Didn't they say?
Completely overrated. Absolutely overrated. This guy.
Overrated, yeah, absolutely. That I think he's answering all of the calls on that. Absolutely. I did want to mention, Wags. We were talking about this yesterday. We do have Lake Travis head coach, Coach Ryan Rogers, tomorrow 9:05. We'll have him for about 10 minutes or so. Kind of get some intel there.
Get your own baseball questions fired up.
Yeah, get those ready. Lake Travis and Atacosita. I always have.
You also said Westlake is also playing for some.
Nope. They're out.
They're out. Okay,
they are out.
I thought I read your text that Westlake was playing as well. So
and that's kind of one of the things there with Lake Travis and Westlake, and now Dripping Springs is in that district as well. 26-6A. I guess. I don't even know when they reseed. When do they do that? Every 2 years? I don't remember when the last one was. So I'm sure, but I don't think that will change very much with those 3. But that's a hell of a district. But yeah, Coach Rogers joins tomorrow. We'll have some great conversations with him. Also, I think we probably need to get ready. We got to get our top 5 ready, Wags.
We haven't done. Yes,
we missed it a couple of weeks.
Is today Thursday?
No,
Jesus, today's Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday. Speaking of top 5s and top 10s and top 50s, I had some folks that were messaging me about Barb's Barbecue in Lockhart, because apparently that made the Texas Monthly top 50 list. I have not eaten at that barbecue joint. I think it's
barbecue.
Barb's Barbecue. It's there downtown in one of the old locations on one side of the square there. But that has made the barbecue. It's a female-owned barbecue spot over there in the barbecue capital of Texas. But it was
Barb didn't give it away or nothing.
Yeah, Barb. Yeah, I don't even know if her name is Barbara. But anyway, but it was apparently a barbecue spot in Seguin, Texas, out there in the 830 that wins the top barbecue spot. Burnt Bean Barbecue Company in Seguin. You had Leroy and Lewis Barbecue in Austin, Goldie's Barbecue in Fort Worth, Redbird Barbecue in Port Neches, and GW's Barbecue in the Valle in San Juan. You had there your top 5. But yeah, barbecue. Always barbecue wars. National Hamburger Day, Wags. Favorite burger today.
Is it? That's what we should have excuse my language. That's what we should have led with. National Hamburger Day.
I just remembered that when I
started
going to
Dan's, buddy.
Go to Dan's. Dan's is good. Dan's, France. I like me some Top Notch. I like going to the old Top Notch.
I've never been to a Top Notch.
Oh, Top Notch on Burnett Road. Got to go to the original one, man. It was what was that film with I can't
Blues?
Think. Yeah, no, further back than that. Spicoli and all them people. No, is that
it's not Spicoli. That's California, dude.
That's damn it, what's that damn movie?
Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yeah. Is that where?
Spicoli's in Fast Times at Ridgemont High, but that's in California, dude.
Trying to think where Top Notch. It was one of the Dazed and Confused. Thank you. Dazed and Confused. Yeah, Top Notch. And not much has changed at that Top Notch.
The Emporium. Is the Emporium still around?
The Emporium. I don't know about
that's where they're playing pool and billiards and stuff at. That's where O'Bannon got dumped the paint on.
That might have been the old Poodle Dog Lounge that was out that way as well. You used to go to the Poodle Dog. There were some sketchy things that happened at the Poodle Dog Lounge, if you know what I mean. So yeah, good stuff there. Yeah, great show, man. A little NBA, a little SEC, a little all of that. Oh, we lost Turbo. He was there. I don't know where he went, but we'll bring those guys in. Don't forget, it is BK is on from 2 to 4 today. BK and I don't think Bucky's on with him today. So just kind of a shuffle. It will be Chip and Zay tomorrow from 7 to 9. Then Wags and I. Then tomorrow from 2 to 4 once we resume again with the live feeds and so forth on YouTube and so forth. That will be Bucky and BK. So just a couple of changes right there as we kind of work around SEC meetings that are happening in Destin, Florida, where we've got that great content from our man Chip Brown. How about Turbo? How we doing, buddy?
How's it going, guys? I've got the yearly end of May. Looks like the sky is falling down storm here in Houston. So,
you might be getting the reminiscences of what we had in Austin here, dude. Good thunderstorm though, man. It put me to sleep pretty nice and early last night, around midnight, maybe 1 o'clock. That's early for me.
Yeah.
So, Will, what part are you in over there? Because I know around the bayou, and I've got friends that live in different parts, whether it be Pearland. I've got relatives in Texas City, kind of adjacent right there to Galveston and so forth. Is that one of those low spots to where it's like a rainstorm can happen and then boom, you've got 14 inches of rain, depending on what part of that county that you're in?
Yeah, we are pretty far away from the bayou. Not too far, 10 minutes, probably 3 miles east. But somehow, my parents have been in this house since 1998.
Yep.
Harvey didn't touch it. None of the, like I said, the 10 storms we've had on Memorial Day have done it. So we've been real lucky. But yeah, it'll come up to the driveway in a minute here.
Oh, nice. Well, not nice. Yeah, it'll happen that fast. What you guys have on the bill today, Will? I know it's a very busy time with everything going on. We were talking about SEC meetings, but on the recruiting trail, it never stops.
It never stops. Yeah, like you said, a really important time. Official visits starting up 8 days from now for Texas. Kind of behind the curve. They don't do May official visits, and they're here in June. Ready to go full force, and next weekend is going to be really exciting, and Jordan's going to have a lot to say about it too.
Jordan, what's up, Jordan?
Sorry.
That's right, man. Hey, did you get the puppy? I've been curious.
Oh, that's right.
My dog just threw up right underneath the desk
on live TV,
on live television, and I dry heaved a couple. myself. So. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I'm supposed to have a tight stomach. I'm supposed to have, a cast iron stomach. But when I gotta pick up puke, dude, I lose my shit.
The MRE didn't make him almost throw up, but the dog shit did.
It wasn't dog shit. It was puke, man.
Oh, dog puke. Oh, God.
No, he's been pretty good. Regular puppy stuff, of course,
Sure.
peeing in the house and all that. But
He's got Marcus spot. He's got to get comfortable.
How old? How old is the puppy?
Don't hit him for it. Don't hit him for it.
No.
thanks, Wags. He's like 8 or 9 weeks, something like that.
Shit. That is brand
That's
new.
what my dad used to take a newspaper and pop the puppy on the nose when they would do it. That's not what you're supposed to do. That's just not what you're supposed to do.
Well, I mean, it works.
It does work. It's effective, but
Yeah.
I usually take him up and hold him to it and say no, and then put him outside. That's usually I'm a big disciplinarian, right?
Cuss at him in Spanish. He won't know what you're talking
He'll
about.
know. They still feel the reaction. They still feel the emotions, man.
Yeah. Call him a puto.
Anyways, big shout. The real MVP was Noe Hina hosted today. Thank you for your contributions in the 8 a.m. hour with Chip and Zay there, donating a little bit of money to our good cause here. Appreciate you, Noe.
Yep, absolutely. All right, guys, y'all have a great program. I got to do some stuff. Hey, we're back tomorrow.
He's got to deuce some stuff. Y'all be good.
The deuce will be loose.
Awesome.
Take care, boys.
We'll see you. Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook on this magnificent Hump Day Wednesday. Will, how are we doing?
It's great. They just mentioned it, and I was going to mention it, so they kind of stole my thunder. But it's National Burger Day too. I don't know if might hop over to Wendy's and get a junior bacon cheeseburger for a penny.
Yeah, I was about to ask, are there any places doing deals? Because I'm not going to Wendy's. I'm not going to Burger King, McDonald's, none of that.
Really? You won't even do a McDonald's burger?
Nah, I mean, I don't know. It just feel guilty eating it, where it's like a Whataburger burger, not as bad. I don't know. The quality is too low for me.
Burger King's free hamburger with a purchase $1 more. Like I said, Wendy's is a penny. Nothing real good after that. Whataburger's doing some kind of giveaway. I feel like I'm on the local news here. But yeah, I'll have to I'm going to scout out my burger places at about 11 here.
Awesome. Well, I saw yesterday, I didn't get to see a ton of stuff on the social media or even watch the Knicks game. I was driving from Austin to Stephenville to Fort Worth. So had kind of a busy day yesterday, but saw you wrote a story on Texas's in-state versus out-of-state kind of recruiting approach, lining up to be potentially the first cycle under Steve Sarkisian at Texas, where there are more kids from outside the state of Texas than there are from inside the state of Texas in Texas's signing class. So what are kind of your thoughts on that? We're both native Texans. I think we both hold a special place in our heart for Texas high school football players. But I don't know. What do you think of that approach?
I think it could really go either way this cycle. From an approach, analyzing that, if you can recruit, 50, 60 of the top probably 300 players in the country, not from your state, then you're doing a damn good job. And I think right now, maybe this cycle is about 35 out of the top 200. If you're able to do that, go for it. No matter who you can get within the state, you're not going to land 8 of the top 10 players, 9 of the top 10 players from the state of Texas. It won't happen again. I know I think it happened one time during Herman. I know A&M came close to it with 8 one time in that 22 cycle. But a few years later here, there's no way that you're going to be able to get 75%, 80% of the top 15, 20 guys in the state. But you can get the top guy from about 40 different states if you really tried. And yes, there are hubs. There's Georgia, there's California, there's Florida. It seems like there's even North Carolina at this point. So they've really broadened things as much as they're able to. The new additions to the staff, I think, have really helped out. and made it so that this could be the first class where it's under 50% of in-state kids. Mark Orphe's one, and look at the secondary guys. Mark Orphe is Houston. They've had Houston on lock for a long time. It's always going to be Texas or A&M for those big name Houston guys. Dwayne Aquina, he's not out on the trails. So from those two, you would think that kind of the recruiting footprint would have been hindered a little bit, especially when Tashard Choice left and you kind of lost that region. He was doing a little bit of everything. But then you get, Chad Scott coming and doing Florida, doing all the Southeast. You have Alan Clark, same thing, doesn't really have a region, just goes out to see the guys that he likes. And the regional recruiting is always going to be a big factor. It's always going to be a huge plus when you can have great regional recruiters, great, staffers that know how to get guys out of certain areas of the country on a consistent basis. But when you're Texas, and I feel like I've said this a few times now, and you have the luxury that Texas does from the NIL perspective, from, being able to show success over the last 2 or 3 years, and everything that goes, the Lamborghinis and everything. Sometimes you don't have to take the traditional route, and that's not what they're doing anymore. It's, we're going to send our guys out. We're going to send our staff out to the guys that they personally want. And, like I said, we are still saying the regional, but it's a full court press for every single one of these out of state guys. Like there's no one really left on this board that's out of state that I think, I'm not really sure if they like him all too much. Like all the guys on there, 30 names, where if they all at the same time said, I would like to commit to Texas, I think over 90% of them would get a yes back.
Yeah, no, agreed. It's interesting because, Texas are set up, centralized in a hotbed that is the state of Texas when it comes to football recruiting. But, man, you think of programs like Oregon, programs like Tennessee, even Notre Dame, right? They're in states where their state is producing at most maybe 2, 3, maybe 4 kids a year that are actually good enough to play there. Not good enough to get an offer, but good enough to have a committable offer that they can commit to and sign with. So it's kind of like for Oregon, they have the NIL, they have the Nike, and they're winning. They won the Big Ten, right? But so many of their, you got to look at it like when you live in a small town in West Texas, right? You got to go an hour down the road to go get your groceries. Oh, you want, I don't know, a specific chair, and there's not a furniture store within 3 hours. You got to go drive to Midland or Lubbock or whatnot to go get that, right? It's the same thing kind of in recruiting a little bit, right? Where they have to go to SoCal because Northern California doesn't produce a ton. The Seattle area doesn't produce a ton. And a lot of times, in one way or another, the kids who come from kind of the Pacific Northwest, a lot of them will end up at IMG or Mater Dei or St. John Bosco, one of those kind of prep prospect factories. Not all the time will they stay home. A few of them have. JTT, Emeka Egbuka, I believe they came out of the state of Washington in the same class.
Paula Banquero also would have been in that class.
Yeah, that too, yeah.
Yeah.
So, it can come in waves, but, man, Oregon didn't get those kids. Washington didn't get those kids. They went and played for 4 years at Ohio State. Ohio State's in a bit of a similar boat too. The state of Ohio, it has gotten a lot better in terms of producing FBS kids, but it's not a Louisiana, it's not Mississippi or Alabama, right? So Ohio State, that's why they have to come into Texas every year. It's why they go into Florida every year. Only certain athletes only come from certain parts of the country. And for Texas, you look at, okay, what is the out-of-state focus, right? What are the positions they're really focusing on out of state? Interior D-line, edge, linebacker. Those are the main ones that come off the top of my head. And I guess running back to some degree. Because I've talked about this, the state of Texas is miles ahead, no pun intended, is miles ahead of the other states when it comes to track and field. There are kids in Dallas running 10-5 in district meets that don't even place or get to go on to the area meet. They're winning state in like 45 of the 50 states in America with that speed or getting close to it. Texas has that luxury because the way the organization of middle school, high school sports, and also, all the Pop Warner, Pee Wee stuff, club track, it's it kind of produces itself when it comes to the state of Texas and skilled players. So, look at their receiver board. Yes, there's out-of-state names on there from Louisiana, from Georgia, from Florida. But for the most part, the targets we feel best about are in-state products, right? Caden Finley, Jalen Lott, Jermaine Bishop, Chris Stewart. And what do they all have? Verified track speed that's really good, right? And then you look at the flip side of that, the skill players on defense. Miami Riley. Obviously, they have, Jermaine Bishop and Hayward Howard, but Chase Calicut's a huge target. There's other guys that are big-time targets. And then, the front seven. Jamarian Carlton is the only in-state edge they like besides Landon Barnes, who didn't come about till a few weeks ago when they offered him. KJ Ford, they eventually backed off him. And then you look at the interior D-line. The only guys that have offers are Tiki Hola from Bastrop, who I think early on they would have taken, but, they eventually kind of went separate ways. And then Jamion Winfield, who's a transplant originally from Mississippi. And a lot of people, I understand the viewpoint. A lot of people see Texas recruiting out of state and they're ignoring the in-state guys. They're going to piss off high school coaches. If you knew the situation of Jamion Winfield and why he committed to USC, like I'm sure the Richardson high school coaches know, there's no animosity towards Texas if they don't sign that kid. There's none, right? And again, he's not truly an in-state kid because he's from Mississippi. And then the other interior D lineman with an offer, Keith Doty, Texas honestly just seemed a little bit late to the party there. The first kid I've ever come across that has said SMU is his dream school, bless you. And he's pretty locked in with the Mustangs. So we'll see if Texas can get him on campus late in the season or late in the cycle. But for now, I mean, those are the only three bodies they've offered at D-line, interior D-line. And then at linebacker, it's a down year in the state. Yes, there's some options, Kosiak Pala, a Tank King, a Calvin Thomas, or a DeQuivis Beck, but none of those guys are close to Braden Rouse. None of those guys are close to Talanoa Ely, Xavier Griffin, Tyler Atkinson. It's just a down year for the most part across the state. And, I mean, they're doing what they can. They're going out of state. Georgia signs a ton of out-of-state kids every single year, and look at what they've done, So if you don't have to, why stay in your region when you can go outside the region and go get the players? So it will be more expensive. That certainly is part of it, because these players – if they're good enough out-of-state players to get recruited by Texas, very often they're getting recruited by the top programs in their region, which is, less of a drive or, it's a drive compared to a flight to Texas. So there is a trade-off for getting that top talent from out of state. Most of the time it will cost more, but, hey, that's part of doing business. So very, very, very curious to see how this is going to finish out for Texas in 2026 with the in-state, out-of-state ratio.
Because it could be like a 5-player, or I should say a 10-player swing. Like, I think there's a very good chance, because we have our number right about 27, 28. And that's that's excluding the specialists. So already have a long snapper commit, and then they're expected to be a punter and a kicker ones. That'll be 3. So 30 total. Those will all be from within the state, and very rarely does Texas add specialists from anywhere else. So they're not included in this ratio. I think there's very good chance, not at least a fair chance that Texas ends up with close to 20 out-of-state prospects. We had 17 on our mock class. Looking back at the list, it's very possible that Texas brings in a defensive line class that is made up entirely of out-of-state players. Again, Jamarian Carlton, we'll have to see on that one. Cornerback will be the same way. It seems like, Jermaine Bishop is a two-way guy. There's a few positions where, they're not really even sniffing in-state guys. Linebacker, it would be one, if not for Kosiak Pala. That's all that I can think of right now. Receiver is probably for the first time in in the Sarkisian era, there's not like a top guy in the state that they're, really after. Every single year, there's been the number one receiver in the state or close to it, has been the guy that Texas wanted. And you just, like you said, it's been a down year in the state. There's no truly elite receivers on the caliber of a DeCorian Moore.
Yeah, well, I actually think there is one. He just wants to play quarterback. His name's Keyshawn Henderson.
His name's Keyshawn Henderson.
And
there's not a wide receiver prospect.
No, hey, you're right. And like after Keyshawn, I think the highest ranked kind of pass catcher is Davian Gross, who Texas has never sniffed because in their eyes, he's too much of a tweener, between running back receiver. And I think that has affected his recruitment. Like his OV list, I think is like Oklahoma, Florida, Baylor, and like SMU and Houston.
And
he's a top 50 player in the country, and he's taking OVs to Baylor, SMU, and Houston.
Yeah. No Zion Robinson. He is actually the second highest rated pass catcher, or the highest rated pass catcher in the state. At number 59 in the country, or number 71 in the country, excuse me. And Texas is not involved with him anymore. It's been pretty clear for a while that he was going to go to a school that focused on academics, and that's why we've seen Stanford and believe Vanderbilt and a couple other schools really take charge here. And TCU is then there too. So you look down at the rankings right now, and you're saying, why does Texas not bring in Booby Feaster? Why don't they bring in Jordan Clay? Those are all three of those guys, top 10 receivers in the country. And yet there's no worry that Texas is going to have a very solid receiver class. I think at this point, the belle of the ball would be Aaron Gregory. I think there's a very good case to be made that Jabari Mack has the highest upside out of anyone that they're recruiting at receiver.
If I was Chris Jackson and I had to choose between Aaron Gregory or Jabari Mack, I'm taking Jabari Mack every time.
Yeah. I don't think he'd be as flashy of a get. I think Aaron Gregory is a more flashy get. I think he comes off the tape looking much better. I think Jabari Mack is also like a first-round draft pick in 4 years.
Yeah, what scares me with Aaron Gregory wasn't the most serious prospect at All-American. Kind of was just hanging out, vibing, which I get. I understand. But, that's going to stand out for the wrong reasons when guys like Felix Ojo and Keyshawn Henderson are, asking for the playbook as soon as they show up to check-in day. You know what I mean? And dropped a few passes, talked to some of our, writers in the network who cover Bama, Georgia, or other Southeast states. Is this a normal thing? Is this just a lapse of focus because he's hanging out, having a good time? And they're like, no, he's getting a bunch of targets a game, but he'll have a handful of drops each game that are catchable. So scares me a little. That is something you can't fix, but a lot of times there's something else going on which causes that. Like Freddie DeBose, I'd be lying to you if his drop problems never scared me, because they very much did. And I think that was, if I remember correctly, something we were hearing on him prior to him going into the portal, dealing with the injury, of course. But, just Jabari Mack, I'm also just a huge fan of him. Very rarely do you get a kid who is 6'1", 6'2", verified at 195, 200 pounds, and test the way he does as a 17, 18-year-old. A perfect example of, I know Louisiana borders Texas, but the special athletes that come from the Southeast. Caden Finley's probably the closest thing to him, but Caden Finley's probably about 6 foot, 195, and he would test similarly, slightly slower, but he doesn't have the burst off the line that Jabari Mack does. He's not as explosive. It's more long speed, built speed. And on the flip side, Caden Finley has better ball skills than Jabari Mack does, so it's an interesting debate. But, man, I love Jabari Mack. Also, you get to plant the flag in the state of Louisiana at Destrehan, the same program the number one receiver in the NFL came out of before going to LSU. It would be a pretty big deal if they could get Jabari Mack, and I feel like a bigger deal than Aaron Gregory, considering Aaron Gregory and Georgia haven't ever really been much of a thing. It's kind of just been A&M, since he committed. It's felt pretty open, and his commitment to A&M last fall really came out of the blue for not only media, but college coaches. They were not expecting that. So kind of interesting. But Patrick, you won't get us on that one. We were born at night, but not last night.
I think it's the second day in a row where
him and Jake were trying to get us yesterday, and I'm like, man, I'm not doing that one. One thing before we move away from the kind of this in-state, out-of-state talk, I do think it's worth bringing up. Like, they're gonna shoot a very high clip this year with the out-of-state group, right? These are all the with the in-state group. I meant these are all the in-state players with scheduled OVs. John Tarantine, feel like Texas is the leader. At the very least, they're in second place, but again, believe they're the leader. Same thing with KJ Edwards. Same thing with Caden Finley. Already have Jermaine Bishop, Chris Stewart, Max Wright, and Nick Robertson in the boat. Texas has led for Kosiak Paula since they were second off for like a year and a half ago. Still feel the same. Felix Ojo, feel like Texas is the leader. At worst case, I think they're tied with Ohio State. And then Jalen Lott. If Texas isn't ahead of Oregon, they're right behind Oregon in his top two. Chase Calicut has a top three at Texas, Michigan, Georgia. I do think Michigan is a lot more serious than people think and that they actually might be ahead of Texas right now. But nonetheless, Texas's top two or top three there are going to have a shot to close on the OV. Mark Orphy, obviously a North Shore alum. And then Zayden Krempin, as I reported yesterday on yesterday's show, Texas and Michigan running point for him ahead of A&M and Texas and LSU running point ahead of A&M and Michigan. Apologies. Tank King, we need to get this off here. He canceled his OV, so ignore him. Tyson Ijiawoko still plans to officially visit Texas. It kind of cooled their approach as his injury, has kind of come up, but still in the picture to some degree. Yaheem Riley, obviously a Texas commit, and then Trot O'Neill, Texas commit. The Prosper punter, Mikey Bakauskas. I need to hit my guy up at Prosper and figure out how his name is pronounced. But I expect him to end up at Texas. So, like, the only guys on here that we don't feel great about right now, Jamarian Carlton and Tyson Ijiawoko. And Ijiawoko, we don't feel great about him because of the injury thing where Texas might tell him no when it comes to committing this summer, but could be a guy down the road. So, hey, there's, I think, 17 names on here. 18 names on here. Like that's 14, 15 of those guys. That is a big deal, especially because they're going to aim to sign at least 25. So we'll see if some last minute stuff affects those in-state recruitments and they trend elsewhere at the last minute. It wouldn't be the first time or the last time that's happened, but just interesting. A lot of out-of-state flair.
It's 10:31, and somehow we haven't talked about the best story in recruiting over the last day. Is that Richard Wesley, former 5-star 2027 prospect turned one of the top edge prospects in the class of 2026, committed to Oregon, jumped in the pool in his drawers with Dan Lanning. I think we showed this video the day after it happened, and I sent this to Jordan last night of them going reverse in the pool because less than 3 weeks later, he is no longer an Oregon commit. And I think about 12 hours after he committed, you could have told me this was going to happen. You could have told just about anyone. Because someone very close to him said he's actually not committed to Oregon.
Yeah, you knew it. You knew it wasn't a very tight commitment when his dad gave quotes within 24 hours of this and was like, "Hey, I did not know he was doing this. No one called me. He just committed without telling us. We're still going to take the other visits."
I think the quote was he's not committed.
That was from within 24 hours of right now.
Right. But
24 hours after the pool video first came out and he committed, dad gave quotes saying, like, we're still taking the other visits. We were not planning on this. He didn't tell us about it. So, yeah. Also, one thing I noticed when watching this, what is Dan Lanning doing? Why is he putting his hand? I mean, obviously, there's a lot more questions than this, but why is he putting his hands on his head for a cannonball? You see what I mean? You're jumping in a 4-foot pool.
I can't even look at it anymore. Texas is pretty firmly in the race for Richard Wesley. That's kind of a tongue twister. Richard Wesley. It seems like it's going to be Texas and Texas A&M for someone from Chatsworth, California, the same high school where Bronny James went, Sierra Canyon. You don't see too many of these. We've seen it before with out-of-state guys where it's the Horns and the Ags in a recruiting battle, but it doesn't happen too often, and it usually doesn't happen for someone of this
From LA.
stature, this far away and of this stature. I mean, this is still, I mentioned reclassed from being the top edge in 2027. He's number 6 in the country at edge. He's the number 4 player in the state of California. And you look at the 3 guys ahead of him, Ryder Lyons, who is undoubtedly a top 5 quarterback in the country. Brandon Arrington, who is, it comes pretty close to Jermaine Bishop in terms of that two-way stardom. And then Mark Bowman, who we know very well from his relationship with Texas. So we're talking about a guy who is a year younger, and also Mark Bowman is, a year younger than everyone else, and they're still, damn near projected to be first round. Richard Wesley at 35, so just missed the 5-star cut, and we still haven't seen his 3rd year in high school. So excited to see him as a player. This is regardless whether he ends up at Texas or not. I think one of the freakiest athletes in the country right now, and someone that's kind of been clouded by, some talking and some ridicule over the last few weeks. But don't discount him as a guy, and I know Texas isn't either.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can't. I've showed this before, but look at this. This is from Greg Biggins, who's been in the recruiting industry for 2 decades in the Los Angeles area, West Coast area. A very talented player and the best edge prospect to come out of California since at least Kayvon Thibodeau from the class of 2019. That's what Biggins said about
That's not bad.
About Richard Wesley on March 10th of this year. After he reclassed, he still said that. So going to be an interesting recruitment. It was reported yesterday or 2 days ago, that he's going to see Oregon June 6th, Texas June 20th, Ohio State August 30th, and then A&M TBD. A recruitment that'll likely go all the way till signing day. If not, it'll go into the fall. Maybe Texas can close on the June 20th OV, but then you're playing keep away and trying not to let them visit other campuses for 6 more months until signing day happens. So will be very interesting to see what unfolds here. The Ohio State OV that's scheduled for August 30th is actually the same weekend that Texas is going to Columbus. So if Texas crushes the OV, maybe spoils the Ohio State OV, maybe they'll have some momentum. Maybe he'll
Put a little Ryan Williams on him, maybe.
Perhaps. I was going to say maybe he'll go to the A&M Texas game, but that's in Austin this year, and he would have used his OV already. But I don't know. Always interesting.
You got something else?
Mm-mm.
Speaking of Ohio State, and specifically speaking of Ryan Day, this is something I kind of wanted to wait until the end of the show, but just came out right before we got on the air, and of course now getting that Storm connection. Jordan, Ryan Day is in College Football 26. There's a screenshot released. I really wish that I could pull it up right now because it is Timu Ryan Day to a T.
Yeah, are you talking about the one Hayes Fawcett posted?
I've got it right here. There we go. That is apparently Ryan Day on the right there. He's wearing a red hat. For some reason, I've never seen any Ohio State coach wear a red hat. It doesn't look like him at all. I know they tried, and I know this is probably a big challenge for this year's game, adding different looking models and models with real faces. But man, this is bad, Jordan. This is real bad.
I want to see what Sark looks like.
I'm looking forward to it.
He never wears a hat, so they're gonna the chances are high of them messing up his hair.
Yeah,
but
it's gonna be are
we gonna get a Bill Belichick scan on the Maddens? I want to see what that looks like too. Is Jordan Hudson in the game?
there's no Bill Belichick in video games. I would assume he's still doing the same thing because he was never in Madden. It was Jim Murphy. Jim Murphy was the head coach of the Patriots every year in Madden as a made-up guy. It's the Bill Belichick stand-in. I would love to see if Bill didn't agree to this game that they have Jim Murphy as the UNC coach.
My thing though is like how hard can EA be on these coaches? You know what I mean? Like Mike Elko's a big dude, right? Biff Poggi, well, he probably won't be in the game. He's an assistant now. But like some of these coaches are some big dudes, some big bellies. Like, is EA gonna? How realistic is this gonna be? Curious about that. But I don't know. Want to talk any NBA playoffs? I wasn't able to see last night's game, unfortunately. Saw the Halliburton triple-double, no turnovers.
It's far from the end of that series, though. 3-1 in this series with the way that the first 4 games have looked. There's no doubt in my mind that someone could win 3 in a row. I don't feel the same on the West. I think I said that yesterday. I think that series is well over, and I think it may be ending tonight. But in the East, man, this is a classic. This is some classic NBA ball. And even if it ends in 5, I'm pretty sure that it won't. Just 4 phenomenal games to start, where you really, like, there shouldn't be basketball where a team is up 11 with a minute and a half to go, and I'm thinking, I can't go to the restroom. I can't leave right now. It's been a whole lot of fun. I went into it rooting for the Knicks because I've got a roommate who's from New York, big Knicks fan. But Halliburton has kind of grown on me in the last week or so. I was a big Halliburton guy when he was coming out of Iowa State. But, would be the most deserving ring since Dirk in 2011. And even then, I think the least star-studded team to win an NBA championship in 20 years since the Pistons. Hope they can pull that out, but honestly, I don't care. Jordan, Steve Sarkisian talked at the SEC meetings this week in Destin. Been a few headlines to come out of there. Not so much of what he said. I thought this was really interesting, and I hope something that doesn't fly under the radar. He was asked about, the development of offensive and defensive line and kind of why they haven't had to go into the portal for either of those positions until this past year when they did so for defensive line. And, they got six guys there. He says, we've recruited pretty good here in the last 4 years, not just the O-line, but a lot of positions and other positions, maybe not so well. We've utilized the portal like a lot of schools have to fill needs. We haven't tried to build our roster through the portal. We've tried to fill needs in the portal. And we haven't just felt like we've had those needs at the offensive line. I think that's about as true and honest as a statement as you can get. There haven't been the needs at offensive line. He went on to say, I'm not sure if it was the same question. Like, the transfer portals is all good and well. But when you have both of your left tackles go out in consecutive weeks, there's nothing to do there. So you need to have the third and fourth string guys. This is kind of what he was getting at, is that although this is considered like a young team and there are some positions where maybe national observers would have expected Texas to replace talent just because that's what the elite teams do. They replace talent through the transfer portal at almost every position. It's what Ohio State does, what Georgia does. It works for them. Texas has decided there are some positions that we feel like we do a good enough job at. We don't need to do that. And I think both approaches are great. Obviously, one of those teams, Ohio State, just won a national championship, and Georgia won too. But, it's kind of a theme for our episode today is that Texas is taking an unconventional route in some of, in these changing times and as things change with NIL and with the transfer portal. And with the number of prospects that you take out of the high school ranks every year. Like Texas is not doing it. They're not following pace. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. They're just not doing the same things that every other program does.
Yeah.
They're not the only ones. I'm not saying they're the only ones that aren't replacing talent at, big positions in need, offensive line, defensive line, cornerback, receiver. But but they're doing it in a way that is different than everyone else. So I thought that was really interesting about offensive line, especially heading into this year, where you're going to see some guys that you haven't seen in a long time or have never seen. Trevor Grousby got his introduction to Texas, late in the season. Brandon Baker, someone that, maybe some people will remember from being close to a 5-star offensive tackle, close to the number 1 offensive tackle in the country. But the shine has worn off there. Cole Hudson, we're getting guys here that are not these huge names that you wait and wait and wait for to play from the fan perspective, from the observer perspective. The exciting part about that is there's been a lot of people in the building, on the practice fields, in the recovery room, that have been waiting for these guys to play. And I think that's what makes, this offensive line group this year all that exciting. I think it's what'll make, a few different position groups at Texas over the next couple of years really exciting to watch.
Yeah, one thing I think is actually pretty important this year in terms of, recruiting and building the program and the years going forward. Like, every 5-star offensive tackle wants to and thinks they can start right away. They can't. And in talking with offensive line recruits, they're like, yeah, I know at Texas I'll be given a shot. Kelvin Banks started day 1 as a true freshman and showed up in June. Also, I'm looking at LSU. They might give me a shot. Will Campbell started day 1, right, as a true freshman. But it's like, man, you aren't Kelvin Banks or Will Campbell. Now, you might have a higher ceiling than those guys, but the floor isn't what it was with those guys, right? And also, the situation that these programs are in is not what it was in 2022, right? A lot has changed, but the point I'm trying to make, what I think is important, Brandon Baker needs to play very well this year because he finished just outside of 5-star territory. I think was like 38 or something like that. But for the majority of the cycle, he was ranked as offensive tackle 1 in the entire cycle. And there was a lot of, hate towards their scouting team. They dropped him out of 5-star territory. The kid has only ever played right tackle. He didn't take a single snap at left tackle at Mater Dei during his high school career. All he ever did was play right tackle. And that's all he'll ever play at Texas unless he gets moved inside the guard. Right tackles usually don't get drafted as high as left tackles. It's, kind of common sense. He's also like 6'3.5", 6'4", and like Kelvin Banks might have to slide inside the guard once he gets to the NFL. So with Brandon Baker, if they can get him up to speed and he plays well this year, he doesn't have to be all SEC or anything like that. But as long as he is average or slightly above average, that is a good thing because you can turn to all the 5-star offensive tackles you're recruiting and say, hey, man, you're not going to play year 1. They'll say we'll let you compete for it, but it's very unlikely you would start and get that role. But look at this blueprint right here. This 5-star came in and sat for a year, started year 2, started 2 years, and then went to the NFL, had over 25 games of starting experience, checked off that threshold for the NFL. And, hey, look at him. He went day 1, day 2, because Kelvin Banks was a day 1 starter. There's only one Kelvin Banks, right? And then Cam Williams, he didn't start till year 3, as a true full-time starter. So I think the best thing they can do is get something good out of Brandon Baker this season, roll it into next season, and use that as kind of the blueprint for 5-star or top-ranked offensive tackles that they recruit. So there's that. One thing I wanted to pull up that Sarkisian said. I haven't read this, so I'm not sure what's going to be in here, but was just scrolling through the transcription from what he said at SEC Media Days, and he was talking about Matthew Caldwell, the Troy quarterback transfer that a lot of people are scratching their head at. Why did Texas add this guy? But here's what Sarkisian said. We played 16 games last season, and if we would have won against Ohio State, we would have had to play 17 games. So across the board on our roster, we really try to assess the depth, and do we have the right amount of depth to be able to overcome injuries if you play 17 games? Injuries are going to occur. You hope not, but you never know when that can occur, and quarterback's one of them. We've had a little bit of bad luck to where we've gone 4 straight seasons where our starting quarterbacks got knocked out, and we've had to play a backup. We've got two really young, talented players in Trey Owens and KJ Lacey that we're excited about. But surely we go to Ohio State in week 1 and Archie's shoe comes off. And if those two guys aren't ready to be able to put a player in who has a little bit of experience and played in some games, I think it's beneficial for us. I think it's good for the room. We always would like to have 4 scholarship quarterbacks on a roster. We only had 3, and it gave us an opportunity to get a 4th, a guy with a little bit of experience who's further in his career, a little older player, and I think he just behooves us on a lot of levels to put ourselves in the best position for the journey of a long football season. And then this is what he had to say on if the team is young or inexperienced. The natural thing is to say, oh, they're young. We're really not. We've got some young, talented players, but we've got a lot of other players who are in their 2nd and 3rd years who have been developing at some really key positions. Obviously, the offensive line is the most notable one, where some players who have been in our program have been developing. As much as we loved having the opportunity of that offensive line for the last few years, now these guys are going to get their opportunity. We saw glimpses of it with Trevor Gooseby last year when he got to play. We saw Cole Hudson and DJ Campbell rotating the last couple of years at guard. They'll both be in there. A lot of these high-profile recruits, now here's your time. So I'm sure there'll be some growing pains with that. But, man, we've recruited well for the last 3 or 4 years, and now these guys are getting their opportunities to play. And so I don't feel young, but there's going to be some new faces for sure. And, yeah, I don't know. Thought that was interesting. And Jake Bayless with the question on Brandon Baker. So I believe, I'm almost positive he's still battling Andre Kojo or competing for the starting right tackle spot. But we've heard, very few things on Andre Kojo since the end of spring ball, and most of the feedback we got during spring ball leads us to believe that Brandon Baker is, eventually going to be named the starter at right tackle. They haven't announced any starters. The only ones that are guaranteed for sure 1,000% are Trevor Gooseby at left tackle, DJ Campbell at right guard, and then the replacements for the 3 other positions. What is expected and what will likely happen is Nato Umeozulu at left guard, Cole Hudson at center, DJ Campbell at right guard, and then not Cam Williams, Brandon Baker at right tackle. So not a for sure thing, but very close to it. And again, I would fully expect Brandon Baker to be the starting right tackle in Columbus on August 30th or 31st, whatever it is. So, yeah, there's that.
It's the 30th, not the 31st.
30th.
And I don't think we got to get to that on the show about the whole scheduling debacle with Texas and Ohio State. But yes, Texas wants to play on a Saturday because for whatever reason, when they have a few thousand people traveling to Columbus, Ohio, they don't want to change their travel plans 2 months in advance. And props to Chip on that too, breaking a pretty huge story about maybe came to backfire on us a little bit with the reception that we received. But another win for Horns 24/7.
Yeah. So to close it out, only got a few more minutes left. Texas recruiting some pretty dynamic athletes. Talked a little bit about, the cause and effect of recruiting the athlete type of prospects. But, hey, they got a good one in the boat, Jermaine Bishop. They're trying to get another great one in the boat in Jalen Lott. If they end up at Texas, or if both of them do, obviously one already has, where do you like them best? If you have to pick one position for each of them, where are you putting Jermaine Bishop and where are you putting Jalen Lott?
It's been the same answer that I've had, knowing Jermaine Bishop for at least watching him for the better part of 2.5 years now. He is a cornerback. He has his highest potential as a cornerback. I will say he could turn out to be an All-American receiver, but I think that takes him an extra year. I think there are just things that he doesn't possess incredibly elite receiver traits. He is an incredibly talented athlete. However, there's a big difference in those two things. And that's why there's been some pushback a whole lot lately. And even, people looking at Texas and wanting Texas to get the best player saying, why are they going after all these two-way guys? They're not fully developed at one position. And that's in my eye, very fair statement. But Jermaine Bishop and Jalen Lott, Even if they're not 100% at either position, they're still much better than almost anyone else that you could get. So I like Jalen Lott at receiver. I think come the 2027 season, thinking of who will still be on campus then, and I'm sure there will be a transfer, a receiver that has come in some point between now and then. But I think Jalen Lott is wide receiver 2 by his second year at Texas. And we'll see what happens. If Wingo's still around, Jamie French will still be around, as will, Kalik Lockett and Dale McCutcheon. But I think once Jalen Lott gets to a college campus, someone's going to realize very quickly what they're getting.
Yeah. I think I'm with you. I think the transition's easier for Jermaine Bishop playing at the SEC level at corner than receiver, or at least in year one, like you said. Texas, I think, they have told him, hey, athlete, Jeff Banks, Chris Jackson, Mark Orphy, Dwayne Aquina, Sarkeesian, those were the main guys recruiting him, but Mark Orphy was the primary. Mark Orphy was who we talked to the most over the last few months. There's a reason for that, Again, I do think he will be given a shot at receiver, and deservedly so. This is a kid that Lincoln Riley was recruiting to play slot in his offense. Kind of tells you the level of a receiver, and I've talked about it too, but if he has 600, 700 more receiving yards this season as a senior, the all-time leading receiver in the Houston area in Texas high school football. And if he goes north of, I believe it's 1,400 receiving yards, which he did as a sophomore and as a junior, he's going to be top 10 all-time in Texas high school football receiving yards. And he'll be the only player on that list that played 6A football besides Jackson Smith and Jigba, who was a first-round pick to the Seattle Seahawks just years ago, right? So, we're not saying he's a bad receiver. He's one of the best and most productive that's ever come out of the state of Texas. But it'll be an easier transition. I think the floor is definitely higher at cornerback, and kind of think that's more of a natural, instinctual position. But to be honest, Jermaine is one of those kids that I think was put on this earth to play football. It's just God-given instinctual ability. Never seen anything like it.
And I don't mean this to be a knock on him and a knock on the records that he may set this season. But Jordan, who was this quarterback the first 2 years he was there? It was a little guy named Derek Lagway Jr.
It was, but the first year after Lagway left, he had even more yards than he did the year before when Lagway was there.
Yeah, but he had a freshman and sophomore year with the best quarterback in the country. Again, not a dig on him. I'm just saying he had someone, because a lot of times, if you want to go based on most talented, there are probably 10 guys a year that could break that record. They just don't have the quarterback. The quarterback position is still scarce, even at elite Texas high school football programs. It's hard to get guys. So when you're an elite receiver, and not only do you have someone that can put some juice on the ball, but has better accuracy than anyone, I would say, in the last 3 cycles, it helps out a little bit. I'm aware, Jordan. I'm just saying.
He caught one pass from Lagway as a freshman, 80 the next year. Talk about jump in production. And then Jalen Lott, honestly, kind of think the same thing as I do with Jermaine Bishop, where I think the transition will be easiest at corner, and I think the floor is highest at corner. But Jalen Lott wants to play receiver. I think he's going to play receiver in college, wherever he ends up at this point. He's one of those guys that can decide what he wants to play because he's that good, right? So I expect receiver. If I was a coach at Texas, I would probably try to convince him at corner, but I understand the want to play receiver. And also, one thing I don't think anyone has really talked about, corner, I think, is where Texas pictures Jermaine Bishop long-term. But Jermaine Bishop is also one of those guys where if he calls Texas and says, hey, screw this corner stuff, I'm playing receiver for y'all, they're not going to tell him no. They can't. He has the leverage there. So very rarely do these types of two-way players want the ball taken out of their hands. And with Jalen Lott, that's very much a thing with him. He wants to play receiver. With Jermaine Bishop, will that come up? I'm not sure, but it'll be interesting because they're not going to actually know the full-time position until he's moved on campus and they already have a full class of receivers, corners, and safeties. So a lot of things that could fall their way, but I don't know. I love Jermaine. Look, very excited to see him this fall, and going to try to be at like at least 3 of his regular season games. So we'll see. Also playing QB, and I think I told this story, but when I was at Willis a few weeks ago, the day he committed, he dropped the snap like 3 plays in a row where he just dropped it at his feet. No one said anything to him. None of the coaches, none of the players, nothing. And when that's happening, hey, you know who's the man. So
Startex, yeah.
Oh yeah. But no, it was just funny. And he was getting like mad at himself. Like it's not like he didn't care he was messing up, but I don't know, just some funny observations that like you put Jermaine Bishop at North Shore, they're running his ass right there too, you know. Just I don't know, some funny stuff. But anything else you want to hit on before we get out of here?
I hate to end on a somber note, but saw some awful news that Alex Foster, who you actually covered with me, ended up at Baylor, was at one time trending towards Texas, was shot and killed last night. So
what? In Mississippi?
In Mississippi. Great kid, good family. Hate to see it. Really hate to see it.
Holy shit. I did not see that.
Yeah,
who reported that?
Just came through from a site in Mississippi.
Wow.
Yeah, not a good one to end on, but you know, our condolences to the family, and to the Baylor community and everyone there.
Wow. Sorry, wow.
All right, Jordan. Let's go ahead and take it off for the day. I will be back from Austin tomorrow. I'm gonna get out of this storm right here. So we'll see you tomorrow. Got some more recruiting content on the way today. Looking forward to kind of spotlighting that tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Yep. Gonna kick it over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Up next, Fanatic Perspective is breaking down the top quarterback and wide receiver duos in the SEC and wonders if Texas has the best combo in the conference with Ryan Wingo and Arch Manning. We'll see. And then back at 2 p.m., Texas Sports Unfiltered will be on the live stream, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, wherever you get your live stream. And like you said, we'll see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a good one. Stay safe and stay dry. See ya.